Gleam, man. There's a gleam. Let's get the gleam, all right? Let's go.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to your text. Yeah, that was my Browns logo for my sports channel because I thought we'd huddle up. Hopefully not be failures like they are. At any rate, I want to bring this to y'all attention. I want to show y'all something. All right. So bear with me, but this will be worth it. All right. So let's go.
At 6:38 p.m., the CCTV captures what happens next. Jennifer opens her door and steps into the hallway just as Thompson is walking toward the elevator for another trip. The camera angle shows both of them clearly. Jennifer in black yoga pants and a gray tank top, blonde ponytail, phone already in her hand. Thompson in his sweatshirt and jeans, empty-handed, heading back for more boxes, keys jingling in his hand, badge visible on his belt. The CCTV has no audio, but forensic lip readers would later transcribe the entire conversation from the footage. The body language tells most of the story anyway. Jennifer blocks his path to the elevator. Her posture is aggressive, shoulders forward, chin up, phone raised. "Excuse me, can I help you?" Thompson stops. The footage shows his expression tired, wary, already recognizing the situation. He's been here before. "No, I live here, just moved in last week." Jennifer's face shows pure skepticism. She looks him up and down, eyes lingering on his jeans, his sweatshirt, his skin. "Really? You sure you've got the right apartment?" Thompson's shoulders drop slightly. The camera captures his exhaustion. Not physical exhaustion from moving boxes, the deeper exhaustion of being questioned, in places you have every right to be. "Pretty sure? My name's on the lease." Jennifer raises her phone. The camera shows her finger moving across the screen, pulling up the keypad. "I'm calling the police, you look suspicious." Thompson closes his eyes briefly, takes a slow breath. The camera captures his jaw tightening, his hands flexing at his sides. "You mean I look black?" Jennifer's face on the CCTV shows a flicker of something caught, defensive, but not backing down. Her mouth opens, closes, opens again. "Maybe." Thompson unclips his badge from his belt. The camera angle isn't perfect, but you can see him hold it up. See the gold catching the fluorescent hallway light. See his mouth moving as he speaks. "Well, then you have got police chief with you, and you're in big troubles." The badge is visible on the footage, not perfectly clear due to the camera quality, but clear enough to see it's an official police badge. Clear enough to see Thompson holding it at eye level for Jennifer to examine. Jennifer's reaction is captured in perfect detail. Her face goes white. Her mouth forms a small O. Her phone is still in her hand.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me back it up just a hair.
Thompson holding it at eye level for Jennifer to examine. Jennifer's reaction is captured in perfect detail. Her face goes white. Her mouth forms a small O. Her phone is still in her hand, finger frozen over the 9. The footage shows her standing completely still for 4 full seconds, processing what just happened. She'd just threatened to call the police on the police chief. She'd racially profiled the most powerful person in Boston law enforcement. She'd accused her new neighbor of burglary when he was the one person in the city with the authority to arrest her for filing a false report. This is where the CCTV becomes undeniable evidence. Every moment captured, every expression documented. No audio needed, the visual story is complete. Jennifer's aggressive confrontation, Thompson's patient explanations, his badge reveal, her shock, all time-stamped, all recorded, all preserved. Should apartment buildings use CCTV footage to investigate racial profiling complaints? Let me know what you think.
Period.
The footage continues, shows Jennifer backing up, her free hand going to her mouth, shows Thompson clipping his badge back to his belt, picking up where he left off, walking to the elevator. Shows Jennifer standing in the hallway for 42 seconds after Thompson gets on the elevator, staring at nothing, phone still in her hand. Then the elevator returns. Thompson walks back down the hallway carrying another box. Doesn't look at Jennifer, unlocks his door, goes inside. Jennifer hurries back into her apartment. The door closes. The hallway is empty. Timestamp 6:41 p.m. At 6:43 p.m., exactly 2 minutes after seeing Thompson's badge and learning he's the police chief, Jennifer called 911. The call recording was later released under public records law. Hi.
Oh, wait. This was the coup de grace. This was the coup de grace.
I'm at the Glendale Arms on Commonwealth Avenue, apartment 414. There's a man next door who showed me a police badge, but I don't think it's real. I think he might be impersonating an officer to rob the apartment. He's black, and he's been going in and out with boxes. The dispatcher's voice shows barely concealed frustration. Ma'am, you're reporting someone for showing you a police badge? Anyone can buy a fake badge. He doesn't look like a police officer. What does a police officer look like, ma'am? Not like him. Can you describe what he's doing that's illegal? Using keys to go into the apartment next to mine. So he has keys to the apartment. Yes, but ma'am, if he has keys and he's moving boxes, he's likely a legal tenant. What specifically makes you believe he's committing a crime? Long pause. Then quieter. He just looks suspicious. The dispatcher sighed. I'll send a unit to check. The call was dispatched. Welfare check requested at the Glendale Arms, apartment 412. Caller reports concerns about new tenant, claims suspicious activity, possible racial profiling situation handled with care.
You know, the only reason why a 911 operator would say that as part of a dispatch is if they're used to the reports coming back that, you know, from the police officers who arrived on the scene that, oh, this is a case of racial profiling. You hear her side, you hear his side, and usually it's one of these situations. They look like they don't belong. That's a daily thing. I mean, it's not a joke. It's not, that's a daily thing. My last residence in Ohio lived on the west side. It's the majority white side. Great little house. Price was just right. Trust me, walking up and down the street to either side to go to the store, you know, you got stairs. People on the porches, they staring at you. You give them a head nod, they just keep staring. You know, them Bubba hillbilly types. Respect for the dispatch for immediately figuring out that the situation was racial profile. Of course. Because, I mean, clearly based on what the woman was describing in 911, like, oh, it sounds like somebody's moving in. Old white lady, oh, okay. It's probably racial profiling. He's either black or Hispanic. She's calling from the Glendale Arms. Yeah, no Asians or Indians live in those shitholes. Because understand, he had the pre-story was he's the chief of police. He got promoted. He lived too far away, so he had to move to Boston. So he jumped on the first little, you know, he on his grind. Divorced, daughter in college. He in his early 40s, and he the chief of police of Boston, Massachusetts. First one, shining the badge, looking like on some Blazing Saddles type of stuff. You know what I'm saying? The sheriff is there. Mel Gibson was a genius. Y'all seen Blazing Saddles? Cleavon rode into town. Y'all remember that scene? Funniest scene in the movie. Help me, help me. I mean, whoo. That's what he got. He got the Cleavon Little treatment. Is that the brother's name? Yeah. Yeah, he got that treatment. You heard it. Common occurrence all over the United States. As black men, these are the things that we go through. You get shot at delivering packages. I mean, you pull up in the company truck, wearing the company vest, holding that little big old clunky look like almost half a shoebox, like I'm running around with Shaq's shoe in my hand, delivering boxes, packages of stuff you ordered. I know you know I'm coming. I mean, you're out here in the sticks. Your wife's on the computer. It's coming. But I understand. My cousin's husband lived with me in Ohio. He lived with me. He roomed with me because he got a job installing cable down there in Columbus. And some of the stories, like the one story, he will never forget this one. Yeah, the police brutality one too. But they didn't put their hands on him, but they made him sit in a locked car with the windows rolled up, with the engine off. Cop told him, don't move. You make a move, it's gonna be bad for you. He out in the sticks. And it's in the summer. So the cop got in, he said he was in there sweating, but he was driving on a suspended license. But the job let him work anyway, just told him to be careful. But you know, they sending him out to the sticks of Ohio. If something happened to him, he gonna have to call me from the police station, and I know that's a good 45 to an hour and a half ride, based on the places he was telling me they were sending him. I'm like, woo, man, they got you out there with the Texas chainsaw. You know, like, woo. Well, the big story that he told that I know I'll never forget, he said he was laying the cable out and everything out in the sticks. White lady answered the door. So he told her, hey, I'm here to lay your cable. So he started pulling out spools, you know, because he looking at it, you can tell these people ain't never had cable before, at least not ours. So they getting a full wiring. So he started pulling out spools and everything. So then, you know, the lady show him in the house because he needed to see, you know, the wall mounts so he could start drilling and all that stuff and where she wanted it. So he walked into the living room and it was Grand Dragon, Ku Klux Klan shit all over the fireplace, over the mantle, like full robes and hoods and everything. You know how they have them in them threes with the red, the black, and the white? Yeah. He was shocked. Confederate stuff everywhere. He was shocked. And then that's when you heard the truck tearing down the driveway. And he knew what time it was. He got the fuck up out of there. He said he hopped in that truck and boom, like when they came in, he pulled out, boom. And he said there was like 4 white boys, like 2 in the truck and 2 in the cab. He said he shot out. He left all that equipment, boom. And they turned around and they was like chasing him. He said they chased him for about a good 5 miles. Because I remember I came home and he was there before me. Normally he don't get in till like 7. I get home at 3:30. He was there. I said, damn, dude, what you doing here? I thought you was at work. He's like, man, you ain't gonna believe that shit. And he told me the story. I mean, the dangerous situations that we put ourselves in just trying to, you know, just trying to make a living. You know, that's real racism right there. Calling me the N-word, don't, you know, I mean, it's disrespectful. But where you threatening my life, calling the police on me for just moving in. You chase me off the property with guns because I'm just doing my job, delivering your packages and laying your cable, and probably coming to do your yard work, campaigning, trying to be a credit to society. And this is what we deal with. What's up, Carlton? You know what I'm saying? I mean, this dude is the chief of police. And they already knew what it was. In Boston. But the beauty of it is that we're now in an era where when we are wronged and we're within our rights, there's consequences. There's consequences for that shit. Especially now, there's cameras everywhere. Exhibit A. There's cameras everywhere. They see everything. It's the beauty of living in an Orwellian society. There's punishment for that. What's happening to these black politicians is not racism. This is comeuppance. They embarrass us. They really do. They embarrass us. If it's not loudmouth, crooked females exhibiting low IQ behavior, then it's the Cory Bookers and Hakeem Jeffries of the world. I think Brandon Johnson is the king of all of them. I think all three of them are in contention to be the king of the black simps. They want to be MLK. I guess the next Obama, with a splash of MLK. They're just trying way too hard to be so patronizing that it's just sickening. As you gaslight us. You sit here and talk about all of this black and brown stuff. It's always coming out of your mouth. Oh, they're starving black and brown families. No, you were starving them. You cost people their paychecks. You cost people their housing. You got to catch up on back rent if you lucky. And bills. Those check the checkers. They like, man, please tell us y'all giving us our back pay. You give us our back pay, we'll forget this shit. Let's just be honest. You won't forget, but you'll forgive it because you did give me my money. You told me to show up every day. I did. I did my goddamn job. So, because we knew it was going to be over. It was just, what's going on? What is this really over? Please don't tell me y'all did all this shit over healthcare. Trust me, we know how much that stuff costs. That's why, look at the medicine cabinets. They full of pills and wraps and ointments. Well, shit, we'll make do. Ain't nobody got time to run into no doctor over no aches and sprains. We know that stuff is expensive. Some of us, not all of us, are on Obamacare. That's the thing, though. Not all of us are on Obamacare. A lot of us got insurance through our jobs, and that shit's pretty good. We got insurance through other government means, and that shit is pretty good. Especially if you're a veteran, You a veteran? Oh shit, you don't pay a lick for nothing when it comes to health care. It's the beauty of being a veteran. All my veterans know exactly what I'm talking about. They don't give a shit about this Obamacare thing. Like what? Like I could walk into any VA or any hospital with my VA card, and Uncle Sam picks up the tab. It's the beauty of being a veteran. They don't charge you for medical stuff. It's free. That's why you should serve your country. Shit. Fucking no down payment on housing and shit. Are you kidding? And you can pass it down to your family. Like you got a son or a daughter. You may not use it, but maybe they do. You see them working hard, trying to actually save up some money to get a house, and you know that they can take care of a house. Plus, you daddy, you always gonna be there with your drill. Yeah, the handles was loose. You know, helping her take care of the house until, you know, she get a man up in there that know what he doing. She too busy working to sustain the house. You know, that's the beauty of family. Besides, you probably gonna be living in that motherfucker anyway. You're getting too old. You can't be walking up and down them stairs and carrying them groceries like that no more. You know? So go ahead and start earning your keep. Shoot, you can't be in that 4-bedroom, 3-bath forever. It's just you. Eventually you get lonely. Shit. You old. Somebody gotta make sure they don't find your body a week or a month later. Let me stop. Plus, you're gonna need ride to them doctor's appointments. Let me stop. Just saying, think about your future. No, but yeah, there's punishment for that. So the frustration isn't going through it though, because you know, I mean, it could cost you your freedom or your life. You mess around there, you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you know, I mean, an average lawyer, hell, a tax attorney can pull up the footage and just argue common sense. Hell, even I wear the body cam. Well, at least I got back. I put it away, but now that it's hoodie season, I wear the body cam because I have something to clip it on to. You know, but and shoot, call a Walmart thief, but I'm debating whether or not I should release that footage. But you know, it may have been misunderstanding. I mean, she did come back, so it's whatever. But I'm getting off the point. I mean, you never know. It's not like you get a text, hey, you're going to experience a racism today at 4:36 p.m. at the Shell gas station. Comes without warning. It's just a matter of how you handle it. I've been there. I'll never forget. Let's see. I know this stood out to me. I mean, there's a couple of, but one like that subtle racism. I was working at the hotel and we were getting ready to flip the room. You know, you get all the dirty stuff out, put the fresh stuff down, the fresh linen down. So we were getting ready to take the food out, and the one lady it was like two old white ladies, and we gave one a to-go container, and she's just filling up the go container full of fruit and stuff. And Her friend turned to her and said, well, honey, don't take it all. He's going to want to take some of this home to his kids. She was talking about me. I ain't got no kids. I just looked at her. Woo! I just looked at her. And I had to remember I was at work. Yeah. Yeah. I just simply told her I don't like sweets. Because it was like pineapple left. She was trying to grab all the pineapple. And I'm sitting up there hoping that she take it all. So that way I ain't got to worry about throwing the shit away right there in their face. So yes, take it all. That's why I gave you a to-go container. We'll call her Ethel. the friend, we'll call her Ethel. So I gave her the to-go container. Ethel, you see, I gave her the big one, not them little small little hot dog ones, but the big plate ones. I gave her one of those. You better cherish that. When somebody gives you a big to-go container for you to just gobble shit up, because trust me, they gonna throw it out. Working these bars, they always bringing us the big to-go containers. Like they see us working hard, you know, they'll be like, hey, what y'all want? What y'all want in y'all plate? Like, well, what you got? And then boom, they come back with plates. There you go. Put them on the table behind us or whatnot. I marked them. Cherish that shit. So, you know, I just told her I don't like sweets. And then bloop, threw the shit away in her face. That was the toughest thing I could do back. I mean, not saying I was going to put my hands on her or nothing. But I had to contain the freshness of my mouth because that's exactly what, you know, I should do anyway. Just like this chief of police, you can't let something like that trigger you. It's just go ahead and just respond to it appropriately. So he told them to take the complaint. He told, because the cop showed up, they realized, oh shoot, this is the chief. This is our boss. Sir, we got a call. She like, yeah, like she called anyway. Yeah, go ahead, take the complaint. Hey, I'm sorry.
Officers responded. Both of them, by terrible coincidence, were officers who worked directly under Chief Thompson's command. They arrived at 6:58 p.m. Building security let them in, no doorman, but there's a super in the basement office who monitors a panel showing all the CCTV feeds. The super had watched the hallway confrontation live and told the officers exactly what happened. That's the new police chief in 412. Blonde lady in 414 harassed him, called you guys after he showed her his badge. The officers looked at each other. This was about to be the most awkward welfare check of their careers. They took the elevator to the 4th floor, walked down the hallway past the CCTV camera, and knocked on unit 412. Thompson answered, still in his sweatshirt, badge on his belt, keys in hand, stack of unpacked boxes visible behind him. Officer Sarah Martinez tried to keep her voice professional despite her horror at the situation. Chief Thompson, Martinez, Walsh, what brings you to my new apartment? Officer Kevin Walsh looked like he wanted the floor to open up and swallow him. Sir, we got a call. Someone reported suspicious activity at this address. Thompson leaned against the doorframe. Let me guess. Blonde woman, unit 414, called after I showed her my badge and told her I'm the police chief. The call mentioned someone with a possibly fake badge, sir. My badge is real, Walsh. I'm the chief. I signed a lease here 3 weeks ago. Moved in today. My neighbor saw me carrying boxes and decided I must be robbing the place. I showed her my badge. She called 911 anyway. Martinez looked at the badge on his belt, at the keys in his hand, at the Massachusetts driver's license he pulled out showing this address, at the lease agreement he produced from a box labeled Important Docs. Chief, this is, I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry. Not your fault. You responded to a call. I appreciate that. But I want this documented. I want the 911 call recording preserved. I want the CCTV footage from this hallway pulled and saved. And I want building management notified about the false report and the racial profiling. Absolutely, sir. We'll handle all of that. Jennifer's door cracked open. She peered out, saw 2 uniformed officers talking with Thompson, and the reality of what she'd done hit her fully. Walsh walked to her door. Ma'am, are you Jennifer Morrison? Yes. Her voice was small. You called 911. I thought, you thought what, ma'am? You saw Chief Thompson, the Boston police chief, moving into his own apartment with keys and a lease, and you thought he was burglarizing it? I didn't know he was the chief. Did you see his badge when he showed it to you? The hallway CCTV captured everything. Jennifer's face crumpled. Yes, but I thought maybe it was fake. Why would you think it was fake? She didn't answer, because there was no good answer. The only honest answer was, I thought it was fake because he's black, and I couldn't imagine a black man being the police chief. Martinez's voice was cold. Ma'am, filing a false police report is a crime. Racially profiling a tenant violates fair housing laws. Chief Thompson will decide whether to pursue charges. I strongly suggest you consult an attorney. Jennifer's door closed. The officers could hear her crying inside. Why do some people see black people in regular apartment buildings and assume they don't belong? Comment your thoughts. By 8 p.m., Thompson had requested the CCTV footage through his department's legal team. By 9 p.m., his attorney had it. By 11 p.m., someone in the building super angry about Jennifer's history of complaints had leaked it to Twitter. By morning, it was everywhere. The footage spread like wildfire. Grainy, but clear enough. Blonde woman confronting black man in shabby hallway. Him showing badge. Her calling 911 anyway. Body language telling the whole story. Boston police chief, racially profiled by white neighbor while moving into his own apartment. CCTV captures white woman calling police on black police chief after seeing his badge. Video shows blonde neighbor filing false report about Boston's first black police chief. The outrage was immediate. The NAACP demanded prosecution. Boston's mayor issued a statement supporting Thompson and condemning racial profiling. The police union condemned false reports. Housing rights organizations called for Jennifer's eviction. Jennifer Morrison's life imploded within 48 hours. Her face from the CCTV footage was everywhere, grainy but recognizable, blonde ponytail visible, aggressive posture clear. People identified her, found her LinkedIn, found her employer, found her history of complaints at the Glendale Arms. Her pharmaceutical company placed her on administrative leave within 24 hours. Their investigation was swift. Employee racially profiles police chief, files false police report, becomes national symbol of racism. She was fired by Friday. Our company values diversity and inclusion. Ms. Morrison's actions do not reflect our values. Her employment has been terminated. The Glendale Arms management met with Thompson, apologized profusely, offered to terminate Jennifer's lease immediately. Thompson said that was management's decision, but he wanted the incident fully documented, and he wanted assurance it wouldn't happen again. Jennifer hired an attorney and issued a public apology. I made a terrible error in judgment based on unconscious bias. I sincerely apologize to Chief Thompson for the harm I caused. I am seeking counseling to address my prejudices and understand why I reacted the way I did. But apologies don't undo harm, and the CCTV footage made denial impossible. Everyone.
You should have been seeking counseling in the first place. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt this chain of what he was her apology, but that was it, and he had his opinion. But yeah, you should have been seeking counseling in the beginning, because I mean, these is like struggle apartments. I mean, look at that door. These are struggle apartments. You know, them apartments that's long hallways with units up and down, because she was watching him go carry his boxes through her peephole into the apartment. While he was moving in. So then she decided to grow some balls, some white privilege, and go start threatening, call 911, asking him what he was doing. He just trying to move into his struggle apartment and just stack some bread. That way, when he go on vacation, he going somewhere nice. He even had a room. He got a 2-bedroomer, one for him and one for his daughter for when she came home from school. And she loved having her, you know, at the end, she loved having an apartment in the city, you know, because I mean, he in a struggle apartment. He right there in the city, you know. You know how it is. And she's sitting up here racial profiling. Goddamn chief of police. You telling us, you calling us because a black man is moving into an apartment and you say he don't look like he belong at the Glenford Arms? Have you seen your neighbors? God damn, I bet when you walk to the mailbox, you think you're just in the jungle gym, huh? Oh my God. Woo. I mean, but you see, there's punishment. Righteous punishment. You ain't got to get loud. You ain't got to lay a hand on them. Just collect evidence. And then turn it all over. I mean, he would probably have preferred to keep it quiet. But, you know, like they said, one of the neighbors that hate her guts leaked the video on Twitter. And that's the worst place to leak a video. Because, I mean, it's great for the leaker because it's going to be everywhere. Which is not great for you, Miss Jennifer. Sweet vengeance and furious anger. There's protections for that. I understand you don't have to let your guard down, but trust me, you don't have to go chasing after the boogeyman. Her job didn't want Al Sharpton showing up. What's good, fam? What's good? Oh yeah, he sued her and everything. But you know, I mean, this is a prime example of what we go through every day as black men. It don't happen to you individually every day, but you know what I'm saying. All across the nation. That's the racism that irks me. See, that's racism I can control. Because that's face to face. Usually if it comes from a woman, if she's not being hostile, we handle it like that with restraint. If it's a guy, then it's like, oh, are you challenging me? Because, I mean, this is a woman challenging you. You know, she's still, you don't want to give her any ammunition. But if it's guy on guy, then you're challenging my manhood, my authority, because you don't have authority over me. I handle your mama with kid gloves, but with you, there are no gloves. So what's up? Yeah, you better call your buddies. You better pull a strap. That's the only reason why you talking like that, because you one of those tough guys. You walk around, you know, carry conceal, starting fights, picking fights with black guys because you mad at the world. So you're trying to prove yourself by winning a fight with me, and the only way you can do that is if you have a gun. Because you know a knife won't do. We'll take that shit. We'll take the cuts. Take a few cuts to take it out of your hands and make you eat that bitch. That's why you carry a gun. Knives didn't work out too well. Not with them little arms. Yeah, there's punishment for that. Those are the things that we deal with. But I mean, in the back of our minds, it's like guilty until proven innocent in some cases, if not all, depending on the level of fear that's been pumped into somebody or if they've been traumatized. Outside of that, it's like it doesn't go away. It's always there. It depends on whether it's level 5 or level 1, but it's always there. And it's the same for them when it comes to whether we are what the news portrays us to be, what the music portrays us to be. The media portrays us to be. I mean, good Lord, how we portray ourselves to be all over social media. I mean, there's a cottage industry on YouTube. They're just showing bad black behavior by everybody. Some just concentrated on it. They concentrated on it a lot. When I was doing the Embrace Villain channel. I mean, that's really what really changed my perspective as far as the national level. Not saying that it doesn't exist. I mean, purpose of this video, I know it exists. I experienced it. But to go from the Bitter Truth Show, we're like doing 3, 4, 5, 6 hour rants about racism every day after coming home from work. Just letting off steam. You know, same format as this. Style hasn't changed. Just the perspective has. It's like, I never say it all. Always kept in perspective as far as like I covered racial incidents, you know, white on black racial incidents. And then I decided to step away from all of that. Like, let me try something new. Let me try something fresh. Like, because, I mean, in all honesty, once I moved down here to Georgia, it's like, I was like, why am I talking about this stuff? Like, I'm where I want to be, where I need to be. I'm happy. I moved down here to get away from small town Ohio. This was always home. Home sweet home. I understand. I felt that I got that gorilla as far as that daily dose or every other day, you know, or that vibe, always having to pretty much kind of keep your guard up because you're literally in the minority. So you have to put up a wall because you can't let nobody in because you don't know who to trust. So, you know, this is why black men die of heart attacks and stress, high blood pressure, cholesterol, you know, because you're either smoking and drinking, or you're eating and drinking, or you're just eating and smoking, any combination. Because you're self-medicating. So once you get that gorilla off your back, then there's no need for that. There's no need to squeeze the stress balls and whatnot. Still get in a good soak though. Always get in a good soak. But it gives you a different perspective on life. That it's not all doom and gloom. There is hope. It's just disorganized as all hell. I mean, disorganized as all hell. Call yourselves trying to protest Target. Ain't nobody listening to you. You gave them people them Costco cards. They didn't even buy nothing. Them $50 Costco cards. Y'all remember that? Al Sharpton gave them people them $50 Costco cards. They went in the store, you know, ooh, yeah, this looks nice. Ooh, I ain't paying $48 for 6 jars of mayonnaise, supersized. I don't need all. I ain't got no space for this. What do I do with 150 rolls of toilet tissue? Y'all ain't got nothing smaller, you know. Shoot, I buy one thing. This card is useless because I'm looking for the cheapest thing I can buy. This is a 1, maybe 2 item purchase at a Costco. Are you kidding me? You didn't do me a favor. Actually, you did. I can sell this for $20. For $25. It's a $50, $25. Here, $25. You can have this $50 gift card. You know, ain't that the food stamp hustle? That's the gift card hustle. So much for your protest, Al. People still going to Target. Target stock didn't go down because of your little temper tantrum. It went down because of the rainbow stuff. Ain't thinking about you. Why do you think they threw all that crap off their shelves that they couldn't sell? And y'all turn around and call it racism. Like, no, we're clearing our shelves of dead inventory that doesn't move in order to make room for something that will sell. We're forced to carry it because of DEI and Black entrepreneurship. What the hell was Goldman Sachs talking about? Pink sauce, anyone? Company improved its brand to make it where it was worthy of being sold on the shelves at Walmart. Trust me, the money that Dave's Gourmet paid her in contract was 10 times more than what she was making selling that crap on TikTok by herself when she was poisoning people. Y'all saw them reviews. Swollen bottles. Excuse me, I'm drinking the Lipton half and half. Iced tea, lemonade. No, but yeah, they improved their product, and because she's financially illiterate, and that's putting it mildly, they gave her $150K up front. You know, paid her for the rights to, you know, market her product. Pretty much. Here's your $150K up front, and then you get a cut of per bottle sold. So she blew through the money, of course. Sound familiar, anyone? Anyone personally? Y'all know, might know. Get $150K check, and then, you know, within less than 6 months, they broke. Financially illiterate. First, she advertised, you know, fronting on everybody. Look, my stuff is on the shelves at Walmart. And then people got it, and the product was It was blah. It was blah. And then because sales wasn't high, she started, that's a better term, shitting on Dave's Gourmet, saying they ruined her product and everything. And it's like, shit, what are you doing? And then had the nerve, because she was out of money, what she was doing, she was charging stuff to Dave's Gourmet, writing things off as a business expense, like shopping for groceries and getting her hair done and her nails done and buying outfits, clothes. And they kept calling her like, chick, what is this? Why are you sending us these invoices? This has nothing to do with us. And what she was saying was, use my portion of the sales money to pay off these bills. And they're like, we don't work like that. So then she tried, I think this was the coup de grace where they decided to have a talk with her. Well, she called herself throwing this ultra lavish birthday party because, she's very extravagant, like Cardi B extravagant. And I think it was like $64,000 or something. And she tried to charge that to what she considered, her royalty checks. And submitted them an invoice for it. And they was like, come here, let's have a talk. He told her what she was doing was fraud. And we don't engage in fraud here. You cannot write off personal items as a business expense. I mean, any person that has ever owned a business will tell you that, a legitimate business will tell you that. That gets you in the pokey. Stop sending us this stuff. How am I going to pay for this? We fronted you some cash before for some of those invoices you sent us. We gave that to you out of petty cash, but no more. So she destroyed the product even more. She shitted on Dave's Gourmet and the product and everything, and then tried to make another sauce in her kitchen that required 15 steps, most of it done by you, with adding the ingredients that she can't ship, like mayo and milk and cream and stuff. It was a mess. It was a mess, and was trying to sell it for like $50 a bottle just for the powdered dressing. Because it was either blue or purple or some crap like that. I mean, I'll hand it to her. At least she kept trying, but that's what happens when you take on DEI products. Not all, but in a lot of cases, yes. Your stuff doesn't sell, so it winds up in the discount bin if it's done through a distributor. So therefore, the distributor, they lose money. They get nothing back for what we charge them on these bottles. Like nothing. It's written off as a loss, and we just absorb the sales cost and keep it for ourselves. That's why it's priced so low. We're not greedy. We're just, get rid of this stuff. Why would we overcharge you for stuff that's about to go in the trash? Yeah, $12 for 99 cents. We get what we can get. This stuff, no, it's got to go. You got to clear the shelves. No, we're done. They called that racism. Basic business economics. If the stuff doesn't sell, then we take it off of our shelves. Simple as that. We're not forced to carry items that do not move. We can return it or we can throw it away. Take your pick. That's not racism. That's economics. Maybe you wouldn't have wasted, like if you're an independent contractor, if you're not selling perishable items, it's best to make sure that you write down or print all the address labels of the packages going out. So that way you cut out the cost of the middleman, and you know that whatever's going out, it's a good product because I've seen it myself. I boxed this up myself. That's the purpose of at least being a small business where it's just between 1 and 5 people. I know people call anything racism these days. I mean, trust me, you really look at why they remove DEI, then you understand. And I get it, a large percentage of Black women and gay Black men got fired, but do understand that through NGO funding and government funding under the Biden administration, you were able to ride the race and sex train. Because that was the social order of the day. Everybody was riding off of the George Floyd wave after a series of events, horrific events, starting down in Florida. George Zimmerman. George Floyd, unfortunately, just happened to be caught on tape, live recording Orwellian society. People were going live with what was happening to him. Because I remember they had him in the car and the cop was hitting him with the billy club. And because they already had him in the car and he was tapping him, he was tagging him with his billy club. You know, that's the part they don't show y'all. Like, what happened? Like, wait a minute, what happened with his arrest? Where's the body cam footage from start to finish? But they had CCTV footage showing where, because it was one of them police trucks, you know. So it wasn't a car, it was a truck. So they had him in the back seat and he was hitting him, the white cop. I can't believe I forgot his name. The one that got dabbed up in prison. But he was hitting him with his billy club, hitting him in the ribs and stuff, because it was a rough arrest. So then next thing you know, he pulled him out of the car. And then that's when he did what he did. And unfortunately, during COVID, when everybody was at home and everybody with a cell phone, people went live and we all witnessed it. And instead of stopping like anybody with any type of common sense would do, he decided he wanted to make a point. And unfortunately, his partner, like a dipshit, didn't grab him, had the good sense to grab him and say, hey man, what are you doing? Get up. Put him back in the car. You want some help? What is this? Why wasn't he in the car? Why is he on the street? What happened? Did he jump out? What happened? Talk to me. You know, no, he didn't do that. Any good cop would have done that. Instead, he just wanted to keep the crowd at bay. That's why your ass got charged too for being stupid, complicit. Whether he died of a fentanyl overdose or he was choked to death doesn't matter. He killed him. Had he never done that, then maybe he seizes up in the car. If they're saying that he had swallowed some drugs, some fentanyl or whatnot, that's why they call him Fentanyl Floyd. If they're saying that he swallowed the fentanyl before he was able to get searched, and then they find it on him, then he catch a drug charge, and then he had a manic episode trying to calm him down. He won't. He falls out. So you're trying to control him. Call your partner for help. Hey man, help! Hey, get over here and help me. This guy's freaking out. That's not what he did. That's why you got 20 years, bro. That's why you got dapped up in prison, bro. That's not what you did. But the whole world saw it. And we've been riding on that wave since it happened. BLM was at its destructive peak. And neighborhoods, those neighborhoods in Minnesota, Minneapolis, they never recovered. Those businesses, those jobs are gone. They're not coming back. That's why we say, don't tear up your own neighborhood. Don't tear up your own neighborhood, because these businesses, once you burn them out and all that stuff and you loot them, they don't come back. They just sweep up the glass and board up the windows and call it a day. I mean, you done stole all the inventory. Whatever's left is just in there. We don't need it. The hell we gonna do with it? If you didn't want it, then we know it ain't gonna sell. So just inventory loss. Just chalk it up to the insurance. And then you hear Brandon Johnson talking about bringing jobs back to the community, and it's like, while at the same time he's trying to stop the National Guard from bringing down the crime rates, which by the numbers have dropped dramatically since they got there. I mean, them numbers have dipped since the National Guard arrived in Chicago. Don't let the videotape fool you. Those are some goofy whites and blacks and Hispanics out there. That ain't you. You ain't out there throwing rocks at freaking federal agents because you know you likely to get shot. I'm surprised. I mean, it's happening. They've been shot at. They've shot a couple people. Shot at a couple people. They not playing around no more. All this martial law and slavery stuff. Yeah, I'm sorry, but you know, you got people working in your best interest to trying to make that come true. No one's illegal on stolen land. I'm Domney. Keeping an eye on all of that. I always like keeping my ear to the streets. And when I opened that Embrace Villainy channel, I decided to keep my ear to the streets. Like, let me see what's going on out here. It's 2024, 2023, 2024. Let's see what's going on out here on the ground. Because we had the body cams. You know, Derek Chauvin, that's his name, got prosecuted. And I mean, cops were already getting prosecuted nationally because it was under Trump. And Trump wasn't playing that shit. I mean, Obama I mean, the body cam footage for him was like, you know, that dude was like Stevie Wonder. Couldn't see it, literally or figuratively, because he ain't looking. He turned the other way. He didn't. Let the city and the state figure it out. Not my problem. Even though I'm the cause of it. You know, I mean, you know, about years was rough on black folks, especially brothers. Good Lord, it seemed like it was 3 a week, wasn't it? It was some rough 8 years under Obama for black men. Rough. That's when all that abuse was happening and the cops was getting slaps on the wrist. Starting with George Zimmerman. Trayvon Martin. That was where he sat. I guess that incident with Skip. I'm about to say Skip Bayless. Skip Gates. That incident with Skip Gates where he got arrested in his own house for mouthing off to the cops. You know. Because really, as a black man, you should know no matter what your status is in life, you don't mouth off to the cops. That's not a smart idea. It doesn't matter if somebody else can get away with it. You should know, off rip, you can't get away with it. We were getting laid down left and right under Obama. Yeah. And then, unfortunately, the last big case we got of police brutality, not a rough arrest because you was running and all this stuff, but I mean police brutality, which wound up, I mean, I know y'all saw the Memphis tape. Tyree Nichols. I know y'all saw that tape because they never did release the body cam footage. And the only reason why we know about it was because, again, Orwellian society, there was a police camera on the light pole overlooking the street, and it captured all of it in its brutal detail. Not one body cam was released. At least not. It started off, they cut it off when they threw him to the ground, when they all piled onto the ground, and then the one cop's body camera fell off. You could see that from the street camera. They were going by that body cam footage. So that's why it always ended right there. But I mean, the other 3 cops had body cams on too. You notice they never released any of that footage. And that was 4 black cops on one skinny, scrawny. Just think of the tall, skinny black guy that everybody know. Like he just looked too skinny, almost like sickly skinny. I think the lightest cop in the group weighed maybe about 250. Maybe 185. If I was to really like kind of guesstimate, maybe that was the tall dude, but he was real solid though. He was still solid, but sometimes that solid don't be as big as you think it is. He just looks well. Look, I did photography. You learn to read this shit, okay? No, but yeah, of course, the state dropped all the charges because they were found guilty in federal court. They just hadn't been sentenced. So now, yeah, those are some big dudes. But now they're going to go through a retrial. So now they're going to go through Trump's justice system. They're going to retry him in federal court. That's why you haven't heard anything. Because you know how it is with these court dates. Like, they'll hold your ass in custody for a whole year unless somebody come bail you out. Do you have $500,000, sir? Oh, sure. Go ahead. Call the bail bondsman. You know, pay that 10%. That's 50 in cash. Come on. You got 50K? Whose house is getting put up for to pay your bail? Your grandmama's? Your mama's? What? Boy, did you see that tape? You can't stay here. I don't need to. They've already been knocking on my door asking questions about you. Want to know what type of kid you were and everything. No, you can't stay here. Yeah, they retrying them. And of course, the minimum sentence is like 20, 25. That depends on if they decide to charge them with the death penalty. They already been charged with murder, but it's like, was it capital murder? I don't think that state has a death penalty. But what they did to that dude, it warrants it. It warrants it, especially Demetrius Haley. He was the main offender. He was the one throwing all the punches and kicking them in the head and all that stuff. That's the one whose body cam fell off. Yeah, I covered that. Start to finish. Everybody was making videos. Oh, they letting them get all police brutality. Like, no. The state. The thing is, the state dropped the charges because they don't want them to get out on any type of parole. Certain states, you can maybe do like half your sentence before, or a third of it, and then be up on parole. Like, no, we don't want them to have any chance of parole. We want them to do at least 87% of their time. So we turn it over to the federal government. We are not going to get involved in this. This is their case. That's pretty much what they said. And they got them dead to rights. They have all of their body cam footage. And whatever they said to the paramedics, for them to sit there, and the one guy sit there and just keep watching him, he pretty much watched him die. You're a paramedic and you sat there and watched him die. I think he got they were talking about bringing charges on him, but they should have brought charges on his ass. But what it was, he was following orders. His superior on the scene told him, don't touch him. Wait for paramedics, like the actual paramedics, because they was like fire truck EMS or something like that. Sat there and watched him die. I watched that whole street tape. It was terrible. It was terrible. That was one of them old school beatings that somebody would get. Like, if you nigga, you put your hands on my sister, him and his gang catch up to you, and the brother just beat the shit out of you while the rest of them hold you down and whatnot. They fuck you up. That was one of them type of beatings. Like, this was like personal, but it's like, why was it so personal? That's what really bothered everybody. That's why we were looking for the connection. But come to find out, there is no personal connection. It was just personal because, I guess what? Because he ran? He ran from a traffic stop? That warranted that? That's the only explanation I can come up with. Point being, nowadays it be your own kind. It be your own kind. That was my biggest police brutality story, starting off with Embrace Villainy. And it kind of set the tone. for everything that was going on really since 2022. But here I am in late 2023. Really getting an eye-opening experience watching all this stuff roll out. What the hell was going on in these streets? I mean, they were already doing like, okay, like y'all know how they do like the mass lootings where they mob a store. Yeah, that was going on. That had already been going on. Because, you know, I'm starting to hear about, I remember doing stories about how the Walmarts were shutting down in Chicago and Oregon, Portland, like 4 in Chicago, 2 in Portland. Like they just packed up and left. And now we see why. But I mean, I knew why early on because I was on top of the stories. It was like, yeah, well, these Walmarts, if y'all remember, if you remember when I had that channel, we would go into detail of why these stores were shutting down. Like, oh, you know, let's check the local news. What's going on? They saying these Walmarts are shutting down. Well, why? Like, because of theft. I mean, remember out in Oakland, that little grocery store that they have, Save a Lot or whatever, Value Save, whatever. One of them little, like a Wayfield Foods type. Like, it's like, you don't want to go in there because you know you're not getting the best quality stuff. You're getting the off-brand stuff because anything on brand will be snatched up. You know, it's like, it's so depressing to shop in one of those stores because it's really like one of those, it's almost like, it's like if the convenience store sold groceries. How about that? It's like if a convenience store sold groceries. But if this is the closest thing in the neighborhood, then screw it. You know, I'm in, I'm out. Not too many families shop in a store like that. A lot of lonely people. Lonely, just over broke people. There ain't no shame in that, you know. But when the store shuts down because not just theft in the store, but also violence in the store, like fights breaking out. And then you literally have stories of old women. So for some reason, there's a crime spree where old women, usually white, you know, because it's Oakland, it's a mixed bag, are getting knocked over the head and having their groceries stolen along with their purses. So the store says, okay, that's enough. The insurance isn't covering us for this anymore. There's no economic value in this store. So everything must go sale because we're shutting down on the 18th. We'll just buy out our lease or they can take us to court. Either way, we're done. It's not safe. Eventually, somebody's going to get hurt in the store and then they're going to file a lawsuit against us. And some liberal judge out in California is going to grant them all the money in the world that we don't have. So we'll be out of business anyway. So it's best to go out without a lawsuit. And then you have the aldermen sit up there on the news and threaten the store owners that open this store or else. Like, or else what? What are you going to do? We're closing the store. What are you going to do? Burn it down? We don't own the building, simpleton. And we could care less of whatever merchandise As a matter of fact, we would prefer you burned it down, so that way the fire chief, they can investigate it for arson, and then we can get our money back through the insurance claim and start somewhere new. We prefer you burn it down. You say they're soft targets. They also closed the only In-N-Out burger in Oakland. Yeah, because of robbery. People are getting robbed in the parking lot. They got to a point where they had to park a police car outside the drive-thru. And even then, people were still robbing them. Jack in the Box or whatever, gone. McDonald's, gone. The big telltale sign was when 700 McDonald's closed their doors out in California. That was the telltale sign, because what the hell, McDonald's always make money. Because they put them in densely populated areas, alongside roadways. Very few McDonald's out in the suburbs unless it's in a commercial space or in a mall. But outside of that, they're normally in the city. So for 700 of them to close in the state of California, and with it as expensive as it is to live out in California, I mean, fast food joints, I mean, you make a killing. That's why it's a big news when you shut down. Like, wait, where you going? Where you going? We'll behave. No, too late. What? Yeah, it's over. You get those food deserts with the food stores, and then of course people that sell their wares like dresses, purses, all that stuff, cell phones, whatever, your daily items. How about that? You got a gang of 10 or more black kids in hoodies and shiesties run in and snatching everything that they can off the racks, off the shelves, breaking out the glass and, in the jewelry stores. Because, across the nation, anything under $1,000 is not considered theft. It's a petty crime, and you don't prosecute petty crimes. If anything, you just give them a ticket, a notice to appear, court date, and vote through 2-3 years. You got, next thing you know, you got bench warrant after bench warrant after bench warrant. In some places, I mean, I'm exaggerating the numbers, but some of them, it's like, you've been arrested 6 times. And it's like you're behind on your appearances of showing up to court because a lot of your arrests are bench warrants. Because you don't respect the rule of law to even show up to court. You'd be surprised at the amount of bench warrants that go out. Like hundreds on the daily. They go to jail. They get a notice to appear again. And then they violate that, and they violate that, and they violate that, all over a theft charge or an assault charge or something like that. So you don't learn your lesson. You keep doing it. You keep being part of robbing crews. You keep assaulting people out in the streets. The extremely bothersome part of it for me is that it's not just young black males, but it's just young black people that are part of these crews and that do these awful and vile things that go viral. And white people do it too. Yes, I understand that, but we're not talking about them. Stop comparing yourself to them. I'm talking about us. Maybe we should start pinning our hair up. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just letting ourselves run wild and free, because we know that we have these protections. And so we take advantage of them and scream that, you know, people saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't do that. Maybe you shouldn't act that way. Calm down, sir. You're fired, sir, ma'am. Instead of everyday things that are brought on by abhorrent behavior, not everything is racism. Somebody asking you if you can, you know, keep it down in the movie theater is not somebody being racist. So then you and your buddies, teenagers, of course, decide to hop over the seats and, you know, brutally assault the guy because, you know, a white guy asked you to be quiet in a movie theater because y'all were being too loud. It's not, you know what, that's an easy case for calling it reverse racism. Like, because you were held accountable, somebody was trying to hold you accountable for, hey, you're out in public, just control your behavior. What's up? What are you doing? We're in the movie theater, stop talking. You decide to climb over the seats and beat them up because they were white. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because in the back of your mind, you have this trigger that, you know, they're all racist. You need to just dial that trigger down. Dial that trigger down. I'm not saying pretend that that's not racism. I'm just saying, hey, your response, dial it down. Just dial down your response. Dial it way down. Handle it with class. There's no need to be the opposite of this white chick on the screen. There's no need for that. Just like what? I swear to God, the beauty of body cams. Just like the black chick, the police called the police on her because she was in the store. She was in one store stealing. So the cop went looking for her. Like, they went to the store where she stole like some jewelry. And the lady, the sales clerk, said, yeah, she went to the Nike store. So she described her and was like, yeah, she's in the Nike store. So then he went to the Nike store and found her immediately because she was lingering around, you know, pretty much like maybe a fourth way in the store because she's looking out the window to see what the cop is doing, what he finna do. And then boom, he came just right to her before she could do anything. So he's like, yeah, come here, let me talk to you. And then I ain't do nothing, you know, didn't do nothing. The stereotype is real, folks. So then she, you know, briskly walks out the store, and then as soon as she got into the clearing to the left, she bolted. And of course, the cop knew what she was doing. He was hot on her tail. She did get to jump on them though, because you know, you never will know when they're going to rabbit. So plus, you know, he wearing all that gear. So he was hollering her tail. You could see her clearly in the body cam, even though he was running. And she was looking back. And then when she turned around, because she swerved between, you know, where they had the benches at, you can go on the other side of the mall or the other side of the road. Yeah, the other side of the mall. She swiveled through that, looking back. And then when she turned around, she bing, ran right into that pole. She went down. Down goes Frazier. Right, and then it's a food desert. Down goes Frazier. I think ABM might be a little behind. It's cool. So when she got to the police station, she had the nerve to, when she got on the phone with her mama, she had the nerve to say that the police, that he beat her up. He punched her in the face. That's what she said. The cop punched her in her face. That's what she told her mama on the phone with her one phone call. Because, you know, they had her for theft. I mean, she had the items on her. I mean, so the parents, her mama and her grandmama, excuse me, not her parents, but you might as well. Her mama and her grandmama came down there. They all hot. They ready to file a complaint. So they was like, oh, you talked about, let's just say, Shaquisha. You here for Shaquisha? You hurt people. Oh, okay. Yeah, come on in. You say you want to file a complaint? Well, what's the complaint? Oh, she said that he hit her. Really? Well, ma'am, you know we have body cam and he's still here. Let's go roll his body cam footage. So they rolled mama, grandmama in the back viewing room, and then they showed the body cam footage. And it was like, yes, have a nice day, aka get the fuck out. Pay her bail, she can go home. It's way too many incidents of that where, yeah, the cop was white, of course. But I guess we're trying to make up for the Obama years. Like, that's really having the opposite effect. It's having the opposite effect. Trust me, these cops are out here handling people with kids' gloves. When I was doing Embrace Felony, so many arrest videos. I mean, body cam footage had become a cottage industry in 2024. Still going strong. CCTV footage. This stuff still goes strong. And this is what you see. You see corrective punishment when they step out of the line, be they a cop or a citizen. I mean, good Lord. They're like, not all. Come on now, I'm not going to even play that card, but from the majority of the body cams that I've seen, it's like, they give you the white glove treatment. How about that? In language and in handling. I mean, prime example, look at when that judge, Christina Stevenson, when she got arrested. I mean, she got arrested because she punched the cop. It wasn't because she was interfering with a police officer, you know, screaming, I'm a judge, I'm a judge. No, she was screaming, I'm a judge, I'm a judge, punching the cop in the face. As if, you know, her being a judge means that she's above the law. She's allowed to do this because she's a judge. And if you dare report me, I can have it dismissed and make your life miserable, because I'm pretty sure you probably on parole, on bail or something. You know, I mean, just the assumption. And this was a cop. in full uniform. He wasn't undercover. She was drunk, jumping into somebody else's fight that wasn't none of her business. At a damn hot dog stand outside some rinky-dink ass ghetto club out here in Atlanta. You're a judge and you're going to a ghetto club. The club was just as bad as that black congresswoman. Oh man, the stories. The black congresswoman down here in southern Georgia, one of these small towns. She got so pissy drunk that she literally pissed herself outside. They called the police on her because she was outside in the parking lot just pissy drunk. And, you know, I guess, I don't know, trying to make her way up to the car, but she was so drunk that she was obstructing traffic and everything. Like she was on like one of those islands that you see in those malls, you know, where they got a restaurant and, you know, like a shopping mall. So you got those dirt islands. Yeah, she was on that. And she pissed herself in a white dress, like a white business suit. It was no mistake. Tried to scream racism because she got arrested. Oh, she threw a hissy fit, just like Christina Stevenson did. Christina Peterson, is that right? Yeah. Threw a hissy fit in the back of the police car, threatening the cop, wanting to have his job. She need to make a phone call before she don't book me. Let me make my one phone call. She was gonna call some white man to get her out of trouble. I mean, to stop you from getting arrested, ain't no brother gonna do that for you. We gonna be like, wait, what happened? Why you get arrested? He said you punched him. Did you? It don't matter whether you thought he was the guy beating on the woman. You assaulted a police officer. You would have been, if it wasn't the cop and you still did it, let's say you actually punched the guy you was looking to punch, you would still be in handcuffs on your way to jail. That's assault. You think a cop gonna stand there and let you get away with it just because you a judge? I'm supposed to put my neck out on, that's a cover-up. They have body cams, you know that, right? I'm not finna do all of that scrubbing for you. No. Take your punishment like a man. I know they've been wanting your head. Thank you for delivering it to them because they knew you would eventually do this because she was already getting ready to get kicked out. Like she was unable to run for re-election. They was going to remove her from her position when her year was up, you know, in re-election. Because I mean, that has been an easy re-election for her because she'd have been the only one running on the ticket. You know how you had them like the treasurer and all of these people, they be on the ticket, like they've been working in government for years at that same position. Yeah, because they be the only ones on the ticket. So when you go to vote, whoever goes to vote, they see your name, okay, click, because you're the only name there. You can't move forward unless you punch it. So, boop, there's your vote. Nobody else wants the job. Boring clerical work that pays well. Yeah, she had to remove her name from that ballot. And she was making over $100,000 more than she was supposed to have made. I think she was supposed to make like 50K, but she made them swear her in and lock in the guy who retired. She made them lock in his salary, and he was like, you know, top earner. He was making over 100K easy, and the only thing he did was just, you know, magistrate work, you know, stamping marriage licenses and passports and stuff like that, you know. All you do is just put your seal on it, boop, signature, boom, out the door. Over 100K to do that. Like three days a week. You make your own hours. She screwed that up. You get Tiffany Henyard. You get Brandon Scott in the Safe Streets. You get Brandon Johnson. For a while there, you had Eric Adams, but he decided he couldn't do it no more. Of course, they tried to take him down, but he cut that deal with Tom Homan, and they made all them charges go away because he was guilty of sin. There's documented evidence of him taking money from Turkey, a foreign power, and getting perks. They was dumping 150K into his campaign on a steady basis because 150K is the max donation that he could take for campaign funds as the mayor or something like that, or whatever government office, but definitely as the mayor, because that's the highest position in the city. So they was just steady dumping that max amount into his account and flying him out on private jets, and he's staying in the penthouse suites. And there was a building that they wanted, as far as like their ambassadorship, they wanted the whole building, but it wasn't up to code. So therefore it wasn't legally ready for occupancy, but he opened it up for them anyway. Because remember, they seized his phones. Remember, they called him getting ready to go into City Hall early one morning. As soon as he got the car, they hemmed him up, took his phones and his iPad. The FBI, they did it so quick and smooth. And then later on, really under I think it was under Trump, I'm not sure, but his aides all of a sudden were getting subpoenaed and they were getting arrested and whatnot. Like they are legit guilty. Because he's sitting up there talking about something. I didn't know that they was doing it, because what was happening was the aides were making backdoor deals behind his back with other foreign entities and people in the city. It was like a pay for play scheme for them. So they all got busted for that. Yeah, you wonder why Eric Adams didn't want to run for mayor again? His approval rating was in the toilet. It didn't matter how many illegals he told Tom Homan were hiding there, and there. It didn't matter. It didn't matter how much he snitched on them. Bruh, too much corruption in your office. Sad part about it was that the Republicans didn't. I guess they don't have a strong mayoral candidate in New York, but that's their fault. But in all honesty, that's the beauty of Turning Point USA, is like the big thing isn't that they're inciting violence, which is bullshit. Like, they have yet to put their hands on any of you, or that they're a racist organization or anything. But what it is that they're preaching common sense via the Christian faith, and people are listening because the youth feel lost. They don't know where they fit in at, but because they don't agree with the shit that they're seeing. They don't agree with communism and celebrating a man being assassinated and all of this stuff. They don't agree with that shit. They think it's sick. Turning Point USA is giving them a place where they can feel welcome, and they definitely feel welcome there. They're talking about being a family You can call it a cult all you want to, but you know that cult is. I mean, the man's death was celebrated worldwide, and all he was Turning Point USA. I'm sorry, I said celebrated. Not in the sense that, yay, he's dead, but, you know, he was a great man. That's what I meant. If you go back and look, you know, he had a lot of supporters. That's what I'm saying by celebrated. He had a lot of supporters worldwide. And completely clear that up. Yeah, he had a lot of supporters worldwide. So you have that spreading throughout these campuses. It's giving these kids that were told that they're not allowed in the study room because this is a safe space from white people. I was like, wait, what? Like, now what if we had a study room said no blacks are allowed, and it was the best study room in the school? How would you feel? Well, your people did to me. Bitch, I ain't did shit to you. I don't know you. I'm just trying to study for my goddamn algebra test. What is this? You make me feel unsafe. I don't know you. Yeah, those kids have somewhere to go. They're not the ones being racist like that. That stuff is falling on our shoulders. Like, and it's like, we don't see it. We think that's acceptable behavior because of the sins of the past. And right now is not time for that shoe on the other foot shit. You had a good run with it under the Biden administration, but now it's time to dial all that back. Dial all that back. You're talking about another side of the country, as well as even on your own side. Most especially because they're the ones on the ground witnessing this stuff, as well as the other side of the country, the other side of the coin, rather. They're witnessing all this crime, all this violence, all this bad behavior that we post ourselves, if not somebody else. That's one of the strengths of Turning Point USA. People that just don't appeal to that type of lifestyle, that type of behavior. Even we as Black people, we don't appeal to. Should be. Making excuses for, especially in this day and age. I mean, not for nothing, but I mean, there's the hot topic going around, it looks like, is Sneeko saying that the manosphere is dead. And of course, he's taking shots at those other streamers that he was once associated with, because he thought that it was them being friends. But no, like, dude, we're not friends. We're in this for the money. We bring you on because, you know, and sit you around a bunch of bimbos and let you say from your perspective what we say from our perspective. I mean, just look at Brandon Jamal's experience with that whole situation. You know, the diaper guy. I'm subscribed to him. He's still he don't just be on the single mother stuff. Sometimes he he branches out. He has different things he talks about, which is amazing. Keep your material fresh. At any rate, yeah, he said behind the scenes, like after he was, kicked off the show and everything or whatnot, he saw it. Once you see it up close, you see it for what it really was. And I have been saying for years, I guess, is that the show is vile on purpose, and the only reason why the girls keep coming back and why it's running so long is they pay them to be there. As it turns out, they pay them to be there, and they allow the girls as a bonus to sit there and be berated for having these young, stupid, ridiculous, modern day feminist ideas and ideology. Because, your mother's failed you tremendously. Really, both parents. But, if you're a single mother, but a matter of fact, no, period. Your mother's failed you because your father can't teach you how to be a woman. Your mother has to do that. So therefore, you're sitting on this show for money, hawking out your OnlyFans or your Instagram or your TikTok for subscribers and being berated by these two jackasses and their occasional guest, this Sneeko guy or this Tommy guy or this Brandon Jamal guy. To talk about how horrible I am as a woman. Because at 20 something years old, 18 to 20, whatever, I don't have life figured out yet. Like, I'm out here just spouting what the media tells me. Like, and you're just it's like nails on a chalkboard. But I mean, the trade-off is that I get paid and I get to hawk my wares and I watch my subscriber counts jump. Because as much as those guys be typing all that nasty shit in the comment section, these motherfuckers be subscribing to these chicks' OnlyFans and social media pages by the thousands, if she's cute enough, because they want to see her naked. It's crazy. But I guess that was a fair trade-off. You get paid to get cursed out in exchange for subscribers. You got an OnlyFans, yeah, you got you some new customers, even if they stay for a month. Most of them forget. Hopefully they like your stuff and stick around. Whatever. Maybe get another TikTok boyfriend stalker. With his pay system. That pay system, good Lord, man, them chicks be cleaning up. Ooh, they be cleaning up. But it's good advertising if you know how to use it. For boys and girls. Yeah, instead of trying to beat every bush to find a racist, tighten up that fade. Tighten up that fade. Put your hair up. Handle it like an adult. If you got to press charges or file a complaint, do so. Stay out of jail. Sometimes it don't be worth it. Yeah, you gave him a good beating, but now you looking at least, 13 months for assault? I saw a video earlier today. A guy, I know I'm telling y'all what I see. On my Instagram, where some guy and a girl was arguing. Like she was in the truck and he was trying to, it looked like he was trying to get the keys. You know what I'm saying? Just like a domestic squabble. So some guys were filming, they were filming it, and then they saw them, like they jumped out the truck, you know, because they could see it was animated. And he was reaching in the truck. So then by the time they got there, because you know, they wrestling over the keys. These 4 dudes was on him and they beat him down. Kicked him, maybe drug him another 10 feet as they was jumping him. You know, he was down, but they just kept kicking and stomping on him and shit. Ain't even know him. But you know, don't put your hands on the woman. And I'm like, what if he was right? What if that was his truck that she was trying to drive off in? What if she was drunk and he was trying to stop her from leaving? Y'all niggas about to catch assault charges because you want to play Captain Save 'em. That's why we don't interfere. That's why we don't interfere. What if he was strapped? I mean, he was surprised 4 dudes was at his head and he didn't even know. Wasn't no pulling back, break it up. What the fuck is going on? Why is you grabbing on her like that? Wasn't none of that. They just start swinging. And then got excessive. People defended that. You don't treat a woman like that. You don't treat a man like that. Find out what's going on first. He wasn't hitting her. They was wrestling over the keys. And that deserved that. You could have just pulled him back. You could have pulled him back and somebody else grabbed the keys. Be like, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I got the keys. Y'all tell me what's up. What's up? You know what I'm saying? Intervention. Everybody goes home unscathed. Little intervention. Instead, we get that. Imagine seeing that for like a year and a half or 2 years. You're the headline of the story. It just gets crazy and crazier. Woman's 2 kids found in the freezer. Baby left home alone. Mom went on vacation or went to go live with her boyfriend. Leaving the kids alone, all alone, because the guy doesn't, you know, want to play stepdaddy. He don't want to chick with kids. You know how it is. Like, yeah, I don't want to get to know your kids. So she always over at his place. Mommy's never home. All sorts of abuse and neglect. Produce Robin Crew kids. Remember one story, a girl, black girl, 15 years old. She said she had an adult boyfriend because there were things that she needed that her mother couldn't afford to buy her, which is normally like, girl stuff, makeup, hair, all of that stuff, they beauty stuff and clothes, and maybe some spare change every now and then, $50, $20, something. I mean, it's a 15-year-old. That's pathetic. Where's daddy? Where's grandma? Where's grandpa? You have a lot of children that are born as a check. This whole welfare reform, food stamps, Section 8, all that reform. I mean, that's called racist, but it's not racist. That's called being responsible for your actions. Don't worry, the factory jobs are coming. You're not left out in the cold. I know we fired a lot of y'all. 300,000? Was that the last count? 400,000? Wait, are you calling the private sector? Well, I heard the private sector was another 300,000 too. Was that right? Because we ended DEI. Corporations weren't forced to employ you anymore. As the DEI consultant and the DEI coach. And then us inventing busy work jobs at the lower levels. Because the company hired some PR management team to come in and help us diversify our portfolio, usually headed by a white woman. And her team of other white women come in and tell them how to, have some diversity, equity, and inclusion. And all of this is just a money pit for them. Yes, the plebs were the first to get fired. The executives were next, as corporations dumped their DEI consulting firms and coaches and whatnot. In-house, it was usually a black female, but her upper management was white females. Yeah, so we get rid of the in-house consultants. And then we cut ties with the outhouse consultants. And now everybody's fired. Funny thing is that a lot of those consultants, they walk away with golden parachutes. The upper consultants, the white consultants, they walk away with golden parachutes. As a government employee, I thought it was very stupid for whole departments who knew that they were up under the USAID and the Board of Education, that they were, subsidiaries of their department. I mean, what the fuck you mean don't respond to the emails? Did you not hear that man saying whoever doesn't respond to the emails is automatically no longer getting a paycheck because you're considered terminated from the company? And by the way, can you just name 5 things you accomplished last week? That's all we want to know, just to see if you're being productive, because we're here to cut the dead weight. You let them fill your head with that, not to fill out the email, answer the emails, or respond to the emails, instead of complying and then having someone try to negotiate you guys getting that 7-month buyout package that you gave them first people you cut. if my job is on the line, I want guarantees. I want it in writing that we can get a 7-month buyout instead of playing this goofy shell game with people who can fire us, because America, a lot of these states are at will. I can't call it racism when they're shutting down whole departments here. Some people might have somebody look out for them, but the rest of us are screwed. How is that? We can't claim racism with that. But the people, of course, that are getting fired are what they call the most agreed, or shall we say the most enrolled. They got all these lesbian Bolivian ballroom dancing degrees. That they out here crying about food stamps being cut because they don't make any money. They're at the poverty threshold. They're a little bit under the poverty threshold. Because let's be honest, I think under 30K, or is it under 20K? Or is it 24K? But I know it's at the highest, I think it's under 30K. You qualify for food stamps. I think it's especially if you have a dependent, like a child. So you need that child to survive, because not only if you qualify for food stamps, you definitely qualify for Section 8 and any other government subsidy, because you're considered below the poverty line. So you qualify. Under Biden, everybody qualified because of the way he screwed up the economy. I'm being facetious, but you know what I mean. Of course, the illegals got all those food stamps. Ooh, they got all them food stamp cards. 13,000 one chick had. Ooh, I can only imagine. Yeah, cleaning that up is not racism, whether you black or brown. That's eliminating the fraud. The cycle of abuse of taxpayer funds has come to an end for those who abuse the system. If you really need it, you can at least have it for 2 years. That's enough. 2 years should be enough for you as an able-bodied adult to get up off your ass and get off your feet and get a job, especially knowing that, this shit has a shut-off date. You say, babe, the barely average 40K. Some states, they barely average 40K. Some states average 30K, right? Because I remember I saw a video. This chick was she was like a dark-skinned Indian chick or Iranian, whatever. I think she was Indian. She was pretty, and she was with her I think she was with her black friend. No, she was with her white friend. But she looked like she was an Americanized Indian chick. You know what I'm saying? She was an Americanized Indian chick, where she thought she was hotter than what she was, simply because, she was foreign and she was pretty. So, it was one of those men on the street things. So the guy asked her, she said, how much do you think he makes? Like, he asked the guy, what do you do? So he told him this is what he do. So he asked her, how much do you think he makes doing that? She was like, not enough for me. Like, she said he don't make more than me. So the guy asked her, well, how much do you make? She said, I make $30,000 a year. I make $30K a year. I was like, bitch, what? You broke. That's what came to my head. Like, this chick is broke. She in a struggle apartment. Hopefully she found a cute little spot that she made her own with some plants and, flowers and, some soft throw pillows and everything, made it all girly and cute. But I mean, where you living at nice on $30K a year in this economy? So he turned back to the guy, and she said it so smugly too, like she was doing something special. That's what made this all the more sweeter. He turned and asked the guy, well, how much do you make doing what you do? He said, I make 130K, 150K a month. Now, her white friend was on the phone. She telling somebody on the phone what's going on. She listening to the conversation. She relaying. And when she heard what he made a month, she was told her girl, I'll call you back. Click. She hung up that phone and ran towards the dude like, hey, what's up? What's your name? What's your name? She was shooting her shot. Had the Indian girl sitting up there like, that doesn't impress me. Like, yes, it did. Yes, it did. I bet we could drown a toddler right now. Like, quit it. You just know that you stuck your foot in your mouth and messed up a good thing because, he was all dirty and grubby, looking like he just crawled out from up under an engine block because he worked on cars. He worked on motors. He was a mechanic. Had his own shop. I think he was like in his 20s, like in his late 20s, like maybe 27 or something like that. Yeah, she thought she was better than him based on appearance. He didn't look degreed. He didn't look sophisticated. But he had a job that she clearly didn't understand. Them blue collar boys make way more than your degreed ass could ever make at your 30K. Do not diss the brotherhood. Do not diss the brotherhood. Ask questions. But then again, for us, it's like very offensive for them to ask us how much we make. Like, look, I told you what I do. You got a supercomputer right there in your hand. It's called a smartphone. Discreetly Google it. See what the average salary is. I mean, you have AI right there at the palm of your hands. You don't have to ask me how much I make. Just ask me, what do you do for a living? Oh, you're a welder. Okay, cool. And then the AI under the table. How much do the average salary for a welder? Dude, wait, pull up the information. You just, yes, that's funny. Oh, shit, yeah. So now she's leaning forward. I mean, like, okay. She started picturing suburban households and shit, possibly having a baby and settling down. I mean, or are they looking at how much they can juice you? How much they can juice you for? Let's test out your cheapness, shall we? What's your threshold for financially appeasing a woman? You better be worth it. It's more so that than white defenses. There's more than piss in the dating pool. It's like everybody in that mug just decided to just down some X-Lax and then waited an hour before going swimming. Figure, well, it's in the water. Nobody's going to know. It's just a fart. Before you realize it, it's too late because you don't feel the wetness. You're already wet. That's the dating pool. That's what you're waiting in. Oh no, you don't try to go over to the deep end. Do understand a lot of this stuff floats. You have to go deep on the deep end just to, maybe clear the toxicity of the top layer. That was a nice little analogy, wasn't it? Yeah. I mean, socially, everything is a mess. It's a mess. Crime out of control. We're the face of crime again, as usual. Only this time it's our YNs, both boys and girls. The job market sucks. Even in my old department, because like when I was in Ohio, I was working in banquets, and like after COVID, I mean, because I moved down here in 19, so it was right before COVID. But 2020, after 2020, what I understand, that market never bounced back. Never bounced back. Because everybody, of course, they were having digital meetings instead of in person because of, federal mandates on distance. You can no longer, like in my line of business, or work, rather, you can no longer rent a conference room for 15 people and have distancing. There's no, we all sit around and in person for, at least 3 days and spitball ideas over coffee, donuts, danishes in the meeting room in a nice hotel with a bar right across the hall. We'll go over there and get a drink. Go upstairs, go to sleep on the company's dime, do it all over again for free. Yeah, that business died out. All those wedding ceremony, well, not ceremonies, but the trying to think of the name of the after party, even though I bartend. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. Probably because I worked a lot of Indian parties. They don't do God damn it. It's on the tip of my tongue. There's the wedding, and then there's I'm thinking after party, but the name for the after party. I know, I'm stumped. I can't move forward. I'm stumped. I can't believe I got a brain fart on this. Good Lord, when I do them occasionally. At any rate, yeah, all of that stuff went away for like at least a good 2.5, 3 years before they dropped the federal mandate. And those people never came back because they were doing their conferences and everything through teleconference. I mean, the whole wedding thing, the reception, thank you. The receptions, they've bounced back because weddings have bounced back, especially in white and foreign communities. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure it may have. Well, I don't know about Latino communities because we've never worked any of their parties, but I think they hire their own people anyway. So they're tight knit. Oh, also Asian, because sometimes I do the Asian parties. I do the Asian wedding receptions. Oddly enough, no sake. Oddly enough, no sake. Very traditional, but no sake. Anyway, I just thought about that because the Indians drink that Glenlivet's 12. They drink the shit out of that. At any rate, and you know what we drink. So, but yeah, that's odd that none of the Asian weddings or receptions that I worked never had sake. Go figure. Um, yeah, they're out here. They're still out here getting married and everything. Their social order has, reset itself. It's returned to normal. They're still building wealth through family. They come in with money, their own independent money, because the father's this, her mother's that, whatever. Parents, invested in this or whatever. They got money. They built up a nice little nest egg ever since the child was born. And now here the dad is telling me how much he paid for the wedding and about his son-in-law. And the fucked up part about it is that in all of those conversations, none of them ever shitted on their new son-in-law or daughter-in-law. They never did that. Because normally people feel they can tell the bartender anything. They're just smiling now. It'll be $12.95. No, but seriously, you never hear them. There's always hoping for the best, and they're a great kid, and when you have that quiet father time, you just want to sit and talk to somebody that that represents the working man. They can appreciate the hard work that you put in. Like, here, brother. Yeah, here, have a drink. Here's your Tom Collins, your favorite. It's bothersome that we don't have that. You understand? It's bothersome that we don't have that. The last Black wedding reception I worked, this lady had it at this very pretty venue. I'll never forget, she was a single mother. She looked to be in her late 30s, early 40s. Her son was 10. I had a conversation with him. He was smart as a whip. He was selling candy at school, except his business partners kept stealing from him. So I told him, I said, don't have a business partner. Just pay a guy to be, your distributor. You collect the money from the people who want to buy the candy, who can't get to me in between classes. And you bring me the money, I'll give you the candy. Well, what does she want? She want the Jawbreakers? Here she go. Collect the money first, then hand out the product. If the customer don't get the product, then you just talk to your middleman. What happened? Your delivery man, what happened? And then you let them two hash it out and figure out who's telling the truth. He had never thought of that, but he's 10 years old. You got to appreciate the kid's hustle. He was smart as a whip, too. One of them little Carlton type of kids. Then I saw who the mother was marrying. And his friends. Neck tattoo, criminal record. I mean, maybe committed a felony and did 3 years type. I mean, him and his friends just dripped of it. They were street to the max. And here she was looking like, she was maybe like she had a good job. Like she was like the general manager of like a Macy's or something like that. I mean, because that venue was nice. It was 16 tables. Only 8 of them were full. And you could tell that they were the groom's family, and her family did not show up, like not a one. Because even during the ceremony, you know how, you know, groom side, bride side. Yeah, it looked like only her. Well, I'm sorry, it looked like, as in, these are her closest friends, but whoever was there that knew her, that sat on her side, I mean, it was a sea of white, you know, outside of this little cluster of black, this little clump of black of maybe like 6 or 8 people on her side, with like maybe like a 30 chair row. Meanwhile, his side was full. I was like, oh my God, like, girl, your family 100% feel that you were making a mistake. Your family and friends, they 100% feel that you're making a mistake. And the only thing I could think of was that I feel sorry for this kid, because they're going to clash. He's going to think that this kid is being smart, because the kid probably will make him feel inferior, because he is a smart kid. And he didn't seem too bright at all. And they're going to clash. He's going to try to toughen him up. Watch. He's going to try to toughen him up. And the kid's not going to be with it. And it's going to cause problems in the house. Hopefully, no physical abuse. But I felt more for the kid than I did for her. Like, why would you put your son in this situation? Clearly, nobody is on your side on this. What are you doing? And you could tell that he hired the caterer, because it was like, the food was terrible. He hired the DJ and the caterer. Because the DJ played a bunch of songs that were out of date. And the catering was just, you know how you see something, like, you might see something in the store. It's just like when they advertise a hamburger. It looks all good and juicy. But of course, when you get it, it looks like a smashed up ball, you know, of goo and meat. You know? Yeah, the caterer looked like the goo and meat. It was bad. But you could tell that he picked it out, because she had style. The way her and her bridesmaids were dressed, I mean, they was to the nines. I'll give her credit for that. That was the last black wedding that I worked, and that was like maybe about almost 3 years ago. Say they all have a type, right? They all have a type. Yeah, that was about 3 years ago. Was the last time I worked a black wedding. Other than that, it's been Asian, white, and Indians, but they don't necessarily. They don't have the weddings. They just like to throw parties. And boy, do they like to throw parties. Good food. Anyway. No, but yeah, those have been the main areas of concentration. And it's like, we don't have that. And then, you know, of course, things wind up being a mess. Maybe either for the wrong reasons. If at all. I mean, it's pretty much become, I mean, I can understand where Coach Greg Adams is coming from. You don't want to get married because marriage is a trap. It's a financial trap that women are weaponizing marriage in order to line their pockets. I mean, if you an average Joe, in all honesty, you really ain't got to worry about it unless you got a good job. You got a good job with some benefits, and, you know, maybe it's like, you know, you own your own house. You know, they think that they can get that in the divorce. You know, depending on your state's laws, I'd advise you before marriage to sign it over to a family member. I mean, you just keep paying the mortgage, but put it in a trusted family member's name. I mean, a trusted family member's name. So that way, if she ever decides, okay, I put enough equity in this marriage, it's time for me to cash out. Yeah, I'm taking the house. Like, how you gonna get it from Brenda? What? You ever check the deed? Brenda owns the house. Like, I pay her rent. Bye. Have a nice time. I mean, that's really pretty much that, and child support is what she can get the average well-to-do Joe on in a divorce. But for, the rest of us who, not looking to own a house just yet or at all, I mean, the only benefit of marriage for you would be so you won't be alone. Maybe you want your kids to grow up under the same roof as mommy and daddy. You want to try the family life. I mean, okay, I'm making let's say I'm making 60K. She making about 45, 45 or maybe even 30, but she's a good chick. She's a sweetheart. She's just my type. Screw it. I get it. I mean, don't be like Travis Hunter. But, some real honest to God, come on, let's go and get married. Me and you fit, let's do this shit. Your check and my check. If all I got to do is worry about paying the rent, we can live somewhere nice. We can rent us a house somewhere. Or if we married, maybe we save up and buy a little something. I mean, no such thing as $60,000 houses anymore, but still, if we put our money together, we can afford a nice little 250K, maybe a 300K house somewhere in the suburbs. I mean, that's the point of getting married, right? I mean, it's not like it has an expiration date. At least you go into it hoping that there is no expiration date, or else you wouldn't do it, right? You don't have to worry about alimony. The most you might have to do is, if you don't do the house thing right, to where she can withdraw equity in it, especially if y'all bought it together, she's entitled to have. I mean, I'm not telling you how to game the system. I'm just telling you how to, if you had the house before any of this went down, put it in somebody else's name just to be safe. You got to protect your assets too. Your house and your business. Those are your two biggest assets that you'll have in your life that hey, look, because your business feeds you and your house houses you, of course. You got a roof over your head. You got a way to feed yourself. You got to know how to protect it. I mean, they be going after pensions. If you get a pension. You got to know how to protect that stuff. At any rate, yeah, they go into it as a business on how much they can juice from you. And that's not ideal for anybody, because now marriage has become like paid prostitution. It's like you've moved this prostitute into your house and these two little pieces of metal is supposed to be like each other's chastity belt. It's supposed to be a psychological chastity belt. You can pretty much forgive anything else. You know, hell, you could probably forgive her if she burnt the house down or even just burnt up the kitchen. You let somebody else in my sandbox. Yeah, that's unforgivable. You know, that's what that little piece of metal that you put on her finger is supposed to represent. With psychological chastity, yo. Yeah, they violate that all the time. I mean, it's just a marriage ain't nothing but a piece of paper. Where they look at it, it's a contract. Well, I get what I feel is coming to me. So if you want a divorce, that's fine. I'll cash out early. They don't care. They just do not care. You're not going to fix that through a microphone. You fix that with legislation. Putting the cap on the things that enslave us. Because in all honesty, I think a lot of behavior can be curbed when your hands look like cuffs because you've been begging so much. When there's no government safety net to support you in your laziness. This enablist, you're paid bad behavior enablers. The government is enabling you that with a check as far as it goes. Food, shelter, and a license to act a fool. Yeah, that's gone now. We're cutting off the money. No more benefits. Yeah, no more benefits. All that I don't need a man talk. Yeah, okay. Talk to me in 2027. Around November, December. January 1st, 2028. Talk to me then. Tell the world how much you don't need a man. Go ahead. I mean, you're already on here begging men for money like prostitutes or in all honesty, like men are your sugar daddies. Guys you don't even know or barely know. You're talking to them like they're your sugar daddies because in your desperation, you're too lazy to earn the money. I'm in a bind, Nate. Some other time. I mean, that's about to go through the roof if it hasn't already. Because that stubbornness, keep in mind, I'm talking about us. That stubbornness is they would rather do that because, I mean, they see it as women's empowerment. Now that's the downfall of women. It's a downfall. I mean, you guys said it yourself. You're not trying to marry no chick with a high body count. With an OnlyFans. Always on her phone. Being real protective of it. You kissing that on the mouth. Both mouths. I don't know where it's been since the last time you seen it. I'm sorry, I'm not being anti-chick. I'm just saying, if you see the signs, man, good Lord. Proceed with caution. Yeah, you're gonna see a lot more of that, more so than there is now. Before you start seeing cooperation being offered in exchange of room and board, a safety net, if you will. I mean, it's not like gonna be a magical overnight thing where suddenly now, she wants to play Susie Homemaker or the modern day version of it, like, the Cosby Show or something like that, where you're both career people and all this goofy shit. No, I mean, that mentality is not going to be there. It's always going to be one of survival. You understand? It's going to take about at least your grandchildren. If you have a kid now, your grandchild won't see it as survival. She'll just see it as, a way of life. Men and women are supposed to get together and, date, possibly get married. But it's best to maintain a stable relationship because there are no safety nets for you out here. You understand? There are no safety nets. The lesson will be learned through the history. It's good to document it, sure, yeah. But the lesson will be learned through the history, through the oral tradition. They'll know, like, wow, like y'all was, what the hell? You out here trying to do what by yourself? Raise a baby by yourself? Girl, is you crazy? Oh, that was back when they had the repo boom. The foreclosure boom. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, that era. How grandma lost her house because her Section 8 ran out. I used to love that house. Wait, what happened? Her Section 8 ran out. God damn. Oh well. I'm just saying, those are gonna be the stories that the grandchildren, if you had kids right now, those will be the stories that the grandchildren will be hearing. They'll be talking about that. They'll be laughing. The parents will be telling it with sorrow, but the children will be laughing because of legislation that all the way back in 2025, 26. That's not racist. That's you being set free from slavery, from economic slavery, Black woman. You's free now. But we gonna let you toil the land for 2 years before you get on out there. I paid you a fair wage if you want to stay. But if you want to go on yonder, you go on yonder. That's how we got with sharecropping, but that's a whole different story. You won't be my physical slave. You'll definitely work for slave wages. You see that now. For those of you who are useless eaters, okay, you can go back to the modern day slave quarters, slave shacks, and we'll give you this food stamp card and you can just eat whatever you want. We don't care. Yeah, we'll renew it. Yeah. $800 every month. We'll renew it. $800 every month, I guarantee it. And we'll pay your rent. Well, the majority of it. You know what? My sister, when I moved down here in 93, my sister's rent was, because she was on Section 8. Sister, she was, stepsister. Her rent was $1 a month for a 2-bedroom garden apartment out in Mableton. $1 a month, but she was on Section 8. $1 a fucking month for me at 23 years old was paying $450 a month for my apartment. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. $1. $1. And you tell me I can't get on that because I'm not a female. I mean, no matter whether I qualified or not, I wasn't gonna do it. I've never been one for charity. Like it makes you just. For me, charity is for the desperate. You understand? Charity is for the desperate, and for, I don't mind giving to charity, but it's got to be like, I see you working towards a goal. You're putting in the work, because faith without works is dead. So, I don't mind giving to charity. Like every year, I'll donate. I'll buy 2 turkeys. Well, when I was working, I got a free turkey. And then I always bought a turkey, and I gave the free turkey to the shelter. And when I was working 2 full-time jobs, I had 2 free turkeys. So I gave both free turkeys to the shelter. And I bought my own because the turkeys were too small. It's a family of 4. What the hell am I going to do with this 12 to 15 pound turkey? This ain't going to do shit. I need the 20 pounder. These people like to eat, okay? So yeah, I just give them away. That, I don't mind giving to charity, especially if it don't cost me nothing. But at least I give away good shit. No, I don't mind giving to charity. But you got to be doing something. I'm not just going to give it to you just because your hand is out. That's not charity. That's being a useless eater. And that's what the government is tired of. That's why they're cutting everything like that. Hopefully your grandchildren, if you had kids today, they wouldn't know what that is, because it would have been, for the most part, like weeded out of necessity, because you're not going to get anywhere. Either it's going to be a fuck ton of homeless people, or it's going to be a whole lot of cooperating going on around here. Or somebody's going to be striking it rich, with their OnlyFans, whatever. Or they sugar daddies. Yeah, that'll probably be the new thing, the sugar daddies. They already act like they want you to pay them for dates and shit. Just for showing up. You're like, what? Chicks asking for deposits. Deposit to go on a date. That's crazy. Y'all ain't seen that? Oh, that's crazy. Chick wanted a $50 deposit before she went on a date. So, just in case either he stood her up or she felt that he wasted her time. So she would keep the money, but if she wanted a second date with you, she would cash app you your money back. And that was the hook. Oh, you had dudes lining up, the simps from her Instagram. Oh, they was lining up. And she was just cashing in. Yeah, you're going to see a lot of that. That's what we've become. That's going to be our society. At least that'll be the drag part. Prostituting. Will there be a repair? I don't know. I think the smart ones, the ones with common sense, I think they'll, of course, be groomed into pairing up, being respectful, being responsible, because, your wild behavior, you'll be shamed for it. I mean, they're already doing it with the whole black fatigue thing. I know black people don't like that term, but I mean, look at the goddamn video. No different than what you see all the time. Some black woman gets belligerent, or some black dudes are fighting. They're 100% wrong. They're making mountains out of molehills, caught stealing, all of this stuff. Just bad behavior. You're getting shamed for that, and they call it black fatigue. I saw a lot of that in 2023, 2024. That's why I've been telling y'all, like, man, y'all need to stop worrying about racism so much. Like, you need to understand that they're forced to walk on eggshells because of social pressure. Meanwhile, you're not caving into social pressure. But the thing about it is if you don't cave into social pressure, if you keep doing what you please, when you please, on these cams, and you're not showing any remorse for it or anything like that, you just keep doing it and keep doing it, eventually what's going to happen is that since shame doesn't work, you're going to be judicially punished in Trump's America. And then eventually JD Vance's America or Marco Rubio's. Doesn't make a difference. They're not going to light up. They're not going to lighten up. They're going to enjoy the social order of watching people get 30 and 60 days in jail for disturbing the peace and assault on an officer with or without violence. Because, nobody can just take the arrest. It's got to be a show. The cop got to wrestle you to the ground. Usually it'd be the females fighting the arrest. It's a damn shame when a cop has to tase a woman because she's so belligerent and out of control. Or worse yet, when he has to give her the eternal celestial dirt nap because she's got a weapon in her hand and she's charging at the officer. She's assaulting the officer with the weapon in her hand. You gotta blow her away. You gotta do what you gotta do. Should never be like that. That's going to calm down when people start getting arrested for this stuff. Because you see, well, y'all probably don't know it, but there are like TikTokers and vloggers and everything. You see them getting arrested for bad behavior because they're more guilty of it than anybody because they do it intentionally. And of course, I mean, we see the body cam videos where these people are getting arrested they turn a simple traffic stop into, a ride downtown. Usually because they're riding dirty, suspended license, fictitious plates, or they got a warrant, or they got pulled over because they were stealing, or they assaulted somebody who was trying to flee the scene. Threatened somebody with a gun in the drive-thru, stuff like that. I think the only woman I've ever seen who imaginable did not resist arrest, and it was a good thing for her. Y'all remember when those cops found those 2 dead kids in the back of that woman's trunk, the trunk of her car? She had them wrapped up in plastic and blankets, trying to cover the smell. She had been driving around with them for about a good 2.5 months because she was homeless. Because really, she was trying to hide the fact that she beat those children to death. I think the girl went first, and then little boy 5. I think the girl was 9, and the girl was 5. The boy was 5. She beat the sister to death, like broke her ribs and everything, punctured her lungs, and then she died. No, that's what she did to the boy. What she did to the girl was she hit her so hard that she broke her neck. She said the reason why she was always punishing her, because the girl's body, the medical examiner was talking about all the old bruises that was on her. They can spot that shit on the corpse. But she said the reason why she was punishing the children was because they was always going in the refrigerator. And it's like, well, they're kids. They're growing kids. They're hungry. Children are expensive. They're always eating. But you said that them living with you was better than them living with their mother. How bad was the situation with the mother where you beat them to death because they were hungry? The girl went out like a light, but the little boy, 5 years old, because he was hungry, went in the refrigerator, and she beat in his chest, his ribs. She shattered his ribs, and that's what punctured his lung. And she just had him lay on the bed, and he pretty much just died in pain. Like for hours, he lay there in pain. And she said, like, he wasn't screaming or crying or nothing. He was just like, well, at least not out loud. She said he just had tears rolling down his eyes. And she asked him what was wrong. And he said he just missed his sister. But really, he was crying because he was in pain. He didn't want her to beat him anymore. So he just held it in. And then eventually he succumbed to his injuries and died. And then she wrapped up his body and put in plastic in a blanket. Threw it in the trunk of the car next to the sister's body. Man, the cops on that scene, I swear to God, she'd have made a false move. She'd got stomped out. Them cops want to kill her. You watch that video, that 911 tape, they body cam footage, they want to kill that chick. They had never seen anything like that. I think it was like a couple black cops and a white cop who was a veteran. He's seen it before. He's pretty callous about it. But, it's like, dude, where's your compassion? Where's your humanity? These are children. I don't care what you've seen before. Doesn't mean you're just unfeeling. You're that desensitized to seeing the decomposed bodies of 2 children, 5 and 9 years old. One of them was so malnourished that you thought he was 2. I hated covering stories like that. Race villainy, that's all it was. Crime stories. Some of the most heinous crimes. I think we have bigger issues to worry about than trying to find the racist like it's whack-a-mole. That's what I mean by, we need to kind of chill out worrying about racism. We got so many inner demons. I mean, people have been calling for them to open up these asylums again. Because what else are you going to do with these people? There's a lot of, sick people out here like that, women who kill their children or whatnot. It's best to get them the help that they need before they go too far. When you call CPS, they're supposed to do a psych eval. In all honesty, I think because you shut down the asylums and the orphanages or the child welfare system is so overflowing with kids who need help. It's like really there's nowhere else to put them. The inn is full. So of course, you outsource them to other people, and the crazy stories that you hear some of these adults say that happened to them when they were kids in foster care is crazy. And then of course, you turned 18, you aged out. You're not connected to anybody that you would actually be able to call family. So it's like, you're out on the streets. They don't have a bed for you anymore. You are not their legal responsibility. They did not put you up for the night. Bye-bye. I think some of these kids do whatever they can to survive in a foster family situation, hoping that they'll want to keep you. And some of them, they've been so jaded and scarred at how they're seen as nothing more than a check by these people who probably don't work, probably got multiple foster kids in the house, and that's what funds the household and their lifestyle. Because it is a business after all. You go through that uncaring, unfeeling, dismissive lifestyle. That can leave one very jaded. I think we have a lot of people who are orphans in their own homes. Well, orphans in their own homes with a parent, parents, but usually a parent pays the rent because they were nothing but a check. Be it child support or through the state, you're a check. Or unfortunately for Mommy Dearest, she makes too much, so she doesn't qualify. So there's no child support from the father for whatever reason, whether he was a one-night stand or, oops baby, or maybe intentional because you liked him just that much to give him a baby, but you knew that, he wasn't going to be around to help. You already know. Like, you're not going to turn Glocktavius into Ward Cleaver. So stop it. Stop playing the game. Unfortunately, you make too much. So you and the kid grow up barely making it. I don't want to say poor, but I would say barely making it. As long as you got a job that if you check the checking, but you doing it so your kid can be in a nicer part of town without you having to worry about them, ain't nobody gonna knock you for that. But you might want to up them skills so you can up your money, just so that way you don't have to move, but at least stay there and have some extra money for some breathing room, or find a side hustle so you can have some breathing room just in case, because jobs aren't permanent. You could lose that sucker tomorrow, and then it's like, what are you gonna do for money? Find a side hustle or a second job, whatever permits, whatever works for you, but bring in a second income. God gave you a talent, use it. At any rate, yeah, a lot of that is going to come to an end. It's proven to be the women, mainly black women. It's proven to be their downfall because you don't have a safety net. You can't turn to your parents or your grandparents to bail you out of a tough situation. Because your grandmother barely knows you, or maybe she does, and she ain't got no room for you, and you can't stand your mother. You and your mother don't get along. So, and I'm talking about if you were like in a pinch where you supposed to be able to depend on family to help you out. You don't get along with your mother, and neither one of you are strong enough to swallow your foolish pride and stop being immature with each other and work it out. You're going through all of that crisis with a child in tow. That's the average female. You see it all over social media. It's wild. Because, they film themselves. They tell their stories. For some reason, social media is their diary. Because they're not necessarily looking for help. They're looking for emotional support. At least from women. They want the help from what they feel is the highest and hottest bidder, if they offer. They make them little cry fest videos. Yeah, trust me, they be reading their DMs afterwards, checking profile pics and statuses. I mean, the detective work be off the chain. It goes down in the DMs. That's our culture. That's our culture. It destroys us. It destroys us. That's why we're at the very bottom of the economic ladder. It's hard to own anything when you can only afford an apartment You know, ownership is king. You only own your cars. They keep getting repossessed. One girl had an 8-year loan. Actually, it was longer than that because she still owed like $14,000. They repoed her car in its 8th year of the loan. And she was saying that she felt that so far she had paid about $40,000 in car note. You know, just because she missed one payment, like that's bullshit. Like she said, as far as she's concerned, she paid the car off because you know that's how much the car was worth. But what she forgot to mention or didn't really understand is compound interest. This is why she 8 years into a car loan with $14K to go. That interest rate had to be high. You 8 years in and you still owe 14 on a 40? Sorry, $40,000 car. Yeah. 14 on a 40, 8 years in. Man, whoo, I bet they was fighting to see who they was gonna get with you as a customer. I swear to God, they be seeing y'all coming. Ooh, they be seeing y'all coming. They be hoping that your credit check pull through because they will definitely have you walking out of here in a 1992 Cutlass at 14K at 23% APR. They love to see you coming, boy. They love to see y'all coming. Because y'all don't shop for price. You shop for flash. You'll pay any price for the flash. Your whole math be off like a motherfucker. Mechanics and car dealership services, they love it when y'all pull up by yourself. They love it when y'all pull up by yourself. They hate when somebody get out of the car that look like them when they take that jacket off. They hate to see that. Oh boy, they hate to see that because they like, damn it, like, yeah, I'm here to listen. Go ahead. Try to sell some bullshit. Watch me nix this shit. I'm allowed to argue on her behalf. So basically, you talking to me. Matter of fact, hold on. Hey man, this what's wrong with the car. Baby, you watch and learn. This what's wrong with the car, man. X, Y, and Z. What's up? Yeah, he's not gonna finagle me and say I need a whole new braking system or, you know, my engine block is cracked, but they can fix it for $2,300. I mean, you know, outlandish shit that they be, you know, upselling to these females or these women. That's got to stop. That's got to stop. That's why you the poorest. That economic irresponsibility, it kills you. It keeps you broke. It keeps you broke. You cannot blame that on white supremacy. White supremacy didn't teach you how to be financially illiterate. That's your parents' job. We can't teach you everything. That's your parents' job. She didn't teach you the value of the dollar. How was that us, the school's fault? You took away home economics decades ago. But we would have taught you how to balance a budget. So how is it our fault if it's not part of our curriculum? Yeah, your mama should have taught you that. Or your daddy. You wonder why they were looking to replace you with the illegals? At least they believe in the family structure.
whether they married or not, whether Julio is making 60K or is a high salary man or whatever, high value man because he make 120K this roofing job. I mean, they ain't worried about that shit. Do you make enough to pay the bills? Do you make enough to keep a roof and 4 walls, the electric on, utilities on, and some food in the fridge? Can you at least make enough to do that? Don't worry, I'll help. I can go down to the hotel. They hire illegals. I'll just clean some rooms. I'll be with the girls. They said they can get me a job. Just like your boys got you a job doing roofing work, they got me a job working at the hotels. They put in a word for me. Cool. Let's do it. Number one reason why the foreigners come here is for the money. Because they send it back home. Especially South Americans. They send it back home. Yeah. Look there. They were looking to replace us. Like you people are lost. We can't, even if we wanted to fix your community, there's nothing we can do because you practice aggressive individualism and materialism. It's so bad that the men are talking about getting passports and going overseas. I mean, they're not even looking. Y'all so much worried about them looking at the Beckys. Like, you don't hear them talking about no goddamn Beckys. That's you talking about Beckys. They talking about Maria and Ling Ling. Fufu. For the dudes that like to go to Africa. They ain't worried about no goddamn Beckys. I mean, not certain of them have a type. You know, the Robert Griffins of the world. Like, you know, you didn't like them dudes anyway, so why is you worried about it? But the men who are catching flights, especially to these Asian countries, East Asian countries, I mean, that ticket alone is like $1,300 and some change. I looked. You mad those guys are leaving. You really don't care about the South American guys because the ticket is what, less than $400. You know, they go down there, you know, they spending about maybe $80 to $120. Probably avoid getting robbed coming out of the bar or something. And then they coming back home. You know, those are the guys that you usually hook up with in like the club or something. Those are those type of guys. You know, if the street guys aren't your taste, you know, you like them at least employed. Yeah, those are those guys. But the guys going to Southeast Asia, those are the guys that you want. Those are the guys that you want and can't get. Those are the ones that you guys were just covering. Guys were just covering these stories about these chicks talking about passport bros again. Chick mad because, you know, she in Thailand and black dudes want, you know, I mean, they make eye contact with her and they're polite, but, you know, they not checking for her. And she was pretty, but they wasn't checking for her. And she mad that brothers in a foreign country are, you know, dating the natives. Like, why do you think they're here? Why do you think they're here? It's either a fetish or they're looking for a wife. Though it sounded like the black guys that she was running into, sound like a lot of them were like expats because she said they would have their Asian girlfriends. Like, yeah, like those are normally, you know, expats. guys who go over there for the, the $40 specials, you don't see them walking around with girlfriends. They don't, those guys don't look like they're in a couple because normally they just let them come up to the hotel. Let me stop. But I'm just saying, I mean, yeah, she was upset that the brothers was dating, Asian women while in an Asian country. One girl was mad that a group of brothers was going down to South America, to go spend their $40. Like, why are you mad? Aren't you heading towards the same place? You were talking about you met them on the plane. You're heading down there too. Why are you going down there? You going down there to get you a Guadalupe? What fucking business do you have in Medellin? That's a black woman. What business? What, you gonna go check on the fruit stands?
Let me stop.
But they think they slick. It's like with the Jamaica trips and the boat rides. Like, stop it. You're not slick. You complaining about what we doing when you really doing the same thing. Stop it. Because, men ain't shit, right? Black men ain't shit. So you over here too. You ain't over here on no business. What job do you have over here? Why would your school teacher job send you to Thailand for, a week? To learn what? You work at a public school. To learn what? You got some rinky-dink 9-to-5 office job. They don't send secretaries overseas to learn shit. They send you to the Marriott in the conference room and you sit there for 3 days and drink coffee and eat danishes and do team building skills. The hell out of here. I'm sorry. I've been sitting on that one for a while. I had to touch on that. Yeah, shoot. Trust me, you watch 90 Day Fiance, you see that one black chick, Chantel, had her Guadalupe, and she was trying to control him with money. She was pretty, too. She was pretty. Chantel was pretty. She was trying to control him with money. She wanted him to make more money than her while he was living in Colombia. And he's like, bitch, this is Colombia. Your US dollar is like worth 58 of mine. Would you expect me to work for the cartel? That's the only job I can get that's gonna make more than what you make. Aren't you a doctor? With your own practice? What are you talking about? Then she brought him here and tried to control him with money and got insanely possessive and jealous of his co-workers, which were mainly female. He was like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Y'all do it too. Going over to Africa, I did the story of 5 black women that were murdered in Gambia, and the stories had the same pattern, where these are chicks are like in their 40s, 40 plus, moved to Gambia, and of course, in a lot of these countries, you can't outright own land or open a business or a home unless you pretty much go 100 and 0, which they tell you is 50-50 for as long as the relationship lasts. But if the relationship ends, the native can take full possession of the property or business unless the court makes you sell it. But at any rate, Yeah, so you got to go 50-50 with a native in order to do that. So you had these 5 black women from different, I think 3 from America, 2 from England. Moved to Gambia, got up with some 20-something-year-old Gambian male, used them as a human dildo while also having him sign paperwork alongside with her, because you got to have their signature too, to build houses and open up businesses and everything. And once everything was completed, be it with the house or the business, they kicked the dudes to the curb. And the dudes weren't having it. This was 5 of them, 5 separate stories. None of them knew each other. The dudes wasn't having it. So the dudes, and all 5 of them, all of their stories ended with them killing those women. Can't do what the men do. It's a dangerous game for you. It's a dangerous game for you. You going in there with all of that white lesbian feminist sister girl ideology, and I've told the story. I got a friend, a black female friend, business owner, business entrepreneur over in Africa. Not Nigeria. What's the other one? It's not Nigeria. Ghana. She's over in Ghana, selling plots of land or whatnot, trying to get people to move to Ghana and build their dream house on this land. That scam. Yeah, she got slapped on 3 separate occasions by police officers / soldiers over there in Ghana because, she was being fresh at the mouth. Slapped on 3 separate occasions. Yeah. And feminism doesn't work in outside of the United States. It definitely doesn't work in Europe anymore. They have Sharia law out there. Yeah, outside the United States, that shit don't work. Maybe in Australia. They're killing that off too. Not just socially, but also legislatively. It's wild to see. I love it. Yeah, I mean, we public shame a lot of these bad behavior videos that, you see us doing and everything, but it's not effective. It's not effective. You have to start holding those people on those bench warrants and then putting them on trial and then charging them appropriately for their crimes, especially if they have a history. You have a history, then I got to throw the book at you. If I don't give you if I don't give you the maximum on a misdemeanor, you're not really necessarily going to learn your lesson. But hopefully the penalty, the fine, the community service, maybe 3 to 6 months, 13 months, a year and a half in jail. Luckily for you, it'll be county. Or maybe sitting you down for a while, maybe you'll learn your lesson. At least the streets will be safer because they won't have a repeat offender running around. That'll definitely help clean up the image. But you have to start charging people for public bad behavior. You have to start arresting them. I mean, in a lot of the cases, you do see them get arrested. You take that back. You need to start holding them. You need to. I mean, good thing Trump did away with cashless bail. For those that don't remember, he did away with cashless bail. So there is no more. At least, well, there's no more walking in the facility getting a notice to appear ticket and then walking back out. Not all states are recognizing that just yet. But those that are, they've definitely seen a reduction in crime rates, usually in red states with, purple or red cities. But then again, the red cities never did apply to those laws anyway, the catch and release. They didn't stick by it. But those that were forced to because they probably had a Democratic mayor or whatnot, yeah, they don't have to do that anymore. Hopefully now they have a common sense mayor. They're like, yeah, that's a good idea. We need to curb this crime. Hold the repeat offenders. Give them the highest bail you can. Order is being restored, but at the same time, when the National Guard show up, black people call, well, let me be correct in this because you have to put us in a categorical box. The unemployable, intellectually dishonest, are saying that black people being arrested, not by the National Guard, because the National Guard isn't there to arrest anybody, but being arrested by the state and local police, like the sheriffs and the federal marshals and everything, on warrants, because they coming to get these people that they got all these warrants out, especially the ones with violent warrants. But yeah, the state and local police are picking them up. The National Guard is really just there to back them up in case things get out of hand. But mainly their issue is to protect federal buildings and whatnot to ensure that the streets are safe. Because as you can see, when they're in Chicago and crime has dropped dramatically, you haven't heard a peep about Memphis acting the fool. You just recently had a shooting in Washington, D.C., and it surprised people because it's like, hold on, I thought y'all was supposed to say what happened. You say they reduced the number of troops. Okay. I mean, do understand that a National Guard presence makes people kind of, behave themselves because as much shit they talk, they still respect the law. Because the law has the right to put you in jail or blow your brains out or tase you or mace you or anything like that. Yeah, you're going to be very well behaved. You don't want to FAFO. So you're going to be very well behaved. But in DC, they lessened the troops and now, violent crime is trying to creep its way back in because there's less troops on the ground. But it's okay because they picked up enough people on warrants, mainly felony warrants, and got enough illegals out to where the city police should be able to do its job. You just need to you still need to hire more officers because we just stopped those who have warrants and the illegals who shouldn't be here. We didn't get every last one, especially those that are criminals, but we did get the ones on our list because they are going after a list, by the way. What they're doing, what ICE is doing in Chicago is not just them just papers pleasing. No, they have a list What they saw, I think they said they arrested over 3,000 in Chicago. They have a list. And they know exactly where these people are. That's how thorough the government is. They have a list. For whatever reason, you're up out of here. You're on the list, buddy. They're not randomly just grabbing quote unquote Hispanic people. You got those of us that are fighting for these people who have criminal records and should have no business here, who are pretty much literally the stealer of the unskilled labor jobs that a lot of unskilled and some skilled blacks need in order to survive. You know, those are your jobs for the people who have to work the 20 hours a week in order to keep they SNAP benefits. You know, the Family Dollars and Walmarts and places like that. You know, those minimum wage jobs. Got a lot of people who need to work those jobs just so they keep their benefits and pay their Section 8. You know, or whatever other little bills and necessities that they have. You know, those are your second jobs. You got a full-time job that pays you real adult money, but you need a second job as a hustle. Yeah, you can't have those jobs if an illegal has them. So you're frozen out of the job market. Sometimes these jobs pay better than minimum wage, but because they can pay an illegal lowball fee. I mean, less than $15 an hour is criminal, but they can pay them like 10. If they get 4 or 5 of them that they can pay $10 an hour to, they're saving money, thus freezing you out of the market. Yeah, you're fighting to help continue to destroy black economics. I mean, it doesn't matter whether you, I mean, of course, nobody making $15 an hour is really looking to go anywhere financially off of that. Even if, you know, they living somewhere rent free. That little money is not worth it. You're looking at, I mean, most people aren't, but you're looking at bringing home on average about maybe $4,000 a month after taxes. Half of that goes to your rent. Third of that goes, or probably, yeah, third of that goes to your bills. A good chunk of it may go to your car note. So maybe you might have a $200 reprieve every second check, whereas with your first check, you maybe got $75 because, of course, probably the biggest thing you're going to pay is your rent, and then maybe your car insurance. You can afford to put that on one check, but to put the insurance and a note on one check, nah. No, plug on top of the electric bill, cable bill, all that stuff. Nah. Spread it like you got it. At least go to the highest with the biggest. Yeah, you need that second job. For those of you who have no way of making money off of your own talent online, because, you know, heaven forbid you have to think and apply yourself. But it's fine. I mean, if you want to work 2 jobs, ain't nobody mad at you. As long as you trying to do something with your life, there's no reason for anybody to be mad at that. Get your grind on. Shit. Let me tell you something. It ain't nothing like you work 2 jobs and you getting 2 free checks a month. And not no little money, for work a 9 to 5er, not little money because you making, well, it's like you making, let's say your second job, you making 15. You making 15, whether you working 20 hours or 40 hours a week. That extra money, really makes a difference. Especially if you ain't going nowhere. They give you a chance to like update your wardrobe. You know what I'm saying? Maybe buy some things, get some new shoes. Maybe buy a TV you want. Something like that. That free extra money help you be able to maneuver, as a single man with no responsibilities outside of yourself, and maybe a dog, how much is dog food? What the hell? But the beauty of it is you just save that money. Like, you don't have to spend it like water. Don't be financially illiterate. That's why I say that a lot of men are conservative, especially brothers. They're conservative by nature. Because if you had 2 jobs with 2 free checks, once you get yourself situated straight with them first couple checks, you know what I'm saying? Only thing you're doing now is just making profit. Either you investing it or you stacking it. You're not redecorating the whole house every pay period, are you? I'm just saying, shit. Yeah, you have that free money, you just stack it. How you think some of these guys be going to South America? These ain't the jobless bums that are going to South America. These dudes with jobs. 2 jobs. They be stacking that money. Is that what you mad at? With the South American bros? South American passport bros? Is that what you mad at? You notice they'll never get mad at the African passport bros. I guess they can accept that, like, well, at least you getting it straight from the tap. Any other race, it's a problem. But the thing about it is that we as black men, we don't care anymore. I mean, you still have some that are invested, but for those that's not, it's like, you're not shaming me, chick. Like, if anything, your envy is showing. I don't talk about how you out here trying to get you, a 3-inch killer. We're trying to get you a Latin lover, a Rico Suave. We don't talk about that. We know that y'all don't bring them men from Jamaica back home. You know why? Because there ain't no way in hell you will have a male prostitute laying up in your house. Because you ain't out there in Jamaica looking for love. You out there taking boat rides. What is it? Banana boat rides? You out there taking boat rides. Stop it. We know all about that backpacking through Europe shit. Like, are you kidding us? We know exactly what that is. But you go ahead, have your 31 flavors, we have ours. Notice we don't complain. At least not about you. We see you out there, sis. Do your thing. I sure ain't out here for you. I'm sorry. I know I'm rambling, but these are systems that we have to break. And fortunately, I think we're on the track to do that, but it's going to take 2 generations. Your grandchildren are going to have to learn from their mothers on what not to do, because they're going to look back at her life. Hopefully you're around, to talk to your grandkids, where you can tell them, hey, look, don't do this, don't do that. You don't want to wind up like your mother. Let me tell you some of the things your mother did when she was growing up. Don't be like your mother. Look at what her life is at now. For those women who are still trying to make it on their own. Kids are smart. They figure it out. You just got to be honest with them. Trust me, they'll appreciate it. You'll get a better response. Yeah, but I mean, just to wrap this up, because I'll go longer. I went longer today than I normally do, because that video really bothered me. The thing about it is that right now, the way this country is going, you need to get your money up. You got to get your economics straight. What's up, No News? He said, sorry, Keith is the same worldwide, in my opinion. They're mad we caught on to it. Yeah, at least you have. All right, before I close it out, the thing about it is that one of the main reasons why you have expats, people who go to stay, reason why they go overseas and usually to Southeast Asia is because they're looking for, number one, Asian culture teaches discipline. They teach discipline over there, and there is no welfare office in Tiananmen Square and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't do public assistance over there, and it's very hard to get a divorce. They very much would rather they put their money on the family unit because they know that's where the money is. You understand? Your gross domestic product needs to be helped by a 2-parent or a 2-person home system, husband and wife, because more than likely, especially if they have kids, because you're hoping that they buy property. Most married people don't live in a 2-bedroom apartment. They like to buy houses, because poor people really don't get married like that. That's normally for people who like to spend like 40, 50K on a fucking wedding and up. That's a tax base. You keep them together, they buy a house. That's steady wealth coming in. You're collecting money from the land tax. But most third world countries don't really have a land tax. Well, most countries overseas. No, I take that back. Yes, they do. They do have most of them have a land tax, is what I'm saying. So that continues to generate income, passive income. So they want families to get married. It helps out their tax base. So a lot of expats who go overseas for that, because they know that the woman, for her, they know it's really a matter of survival. And of course, to play the game, those women know that when it comes to expats, whichever one catches his eye wins. That's why overseas, especially like the Philippines, they fight for you. They fight over you. They fight for you. They try to get their claws into you quick. Because they know that you coming from anywhere as a foreigner cost you some money to get here. And you're not over here on a business trip. You over here, for some booty. So they try to get their claws into you real quick. Yeah, because most of the guys that go to Southeast Asian, they're not really there to passport bro. I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but again, most of the guys that go over there, they expats. But those who are like passport bros, they're looking to be expats. Or they want to fancy themselves an international player. That's why those women, those Southeastern Asian women, they'll get their claws into you quick, and they'll definitely do the long distance relationship as long as you just keep sending them money. So I learned that in 2005. So stay. I mean, the culture is very uniform, if that makes any sense, outside of the Philippines. But they're the more developed countries, their culture is very uniform. Especially Japan, they don't play that shit. That's a robot culture over there. If I ever did see. I mean, they're not 100, but still. You see, Johnny Somali was over there trying to fuck around in Japan, and they quickly tossed his ass up out of there. They threw him in jail for 3 months. They threw his ass in jail for 3 months for trespassing on the construction site. On top of him being a nuisance. Yeah. As soon as the day he got out, they deported his ass right up out of the country. Yeah, I'd rather do Japan. South America is a goddamn hellhole. That's the fucking Wild Wild West down there. You might as well be living in the projects in South America, no matter where you go. From Mexico to Argentina. Shit, that's a Wild Wild West. The Africans will scam you on the 50-50 ownership thing. Your best bet is an Asian country. At least for me, thinking of an expat situation. I mean, it's not the best weather. South America probably would have the best weather. Africa being dry. I mean, you'll get all 4 seasons over in Southeast Asia. But Thailand, you'll get, old school Asian culture. They're old school, laid back Asian culture. Philippines is dirt poor. Get you a wife, scam African, yeah. Philippines is get you a quickie bride. You know what I'm saying? Get her visa shit together. I'd advise you not live in the Philippines. I advise you, if you don't move to a Southeastern Asian country, don't move to the Philippines. It was on my list, but hell no. Not unless you like dirt and piss poor service. Unless you like feeling like you live in the projects, then go ahead. If you want a little suburban life, go to Thailand. Now, if you want an upper class feel, I would say South Korea with Japan at the top of the list. You want country living, go to Vietnam or not Madrid. What is it? Not Mandalay. Malaysia. Yeah, you want country living, go to Vietnam or Malaysia. You want upper scale Orient, Japan is the top. China is a fucking no-go zone. I don't know why. No way in hell would I go to China. That place is nasty. You remember that sewer grease? The chick was scooping the grease out of the sewer and then ran it back in the restaurant to use it as cooking oil. And people be over there freaking out, mowing people over with cars, stabbing up strangers. The infrastructure falls apart. The average building lasts for 25 years. But you know, that's CCP for you, right? That's communism for you right there, boy. Democratic socialism, they call it. That's what that is. Yeah, you don't want to go to China. Maybe for the first-hand experience of what it feels like to possibly get thrown in jail and swapped. After 6 years, some prisoner swap. Caught you with a weed cartridge or spreading propaganda and being a public nuisance because you're live streaming. Y'all didn't see what happened with Hassan Piker the other day because he's over in China. No sooner than he get there, he fired up the selfie stick, fired up the camera, and they snatched his ass up. Like, kill that live stream, bro. Took him into a back room and let him know, we don't play them games around here. Pretty much, who are you working for? Why are you here? I mean, they interrogate shit out of him. And now they told him that he had to report to the government, CCP, of when he was going to live stream, so that way they could monitor his streams. But Trump's a fascist and a dictator. and communism, democratic socialism, it will be good for the country because you don't have to worry about fascism. I swear, man, this stuff writes itself. He was all nice when he was reporting what happened to him and everything, because he was live when it all went down and people wanted to know what happened. So he had to explain it. And he was so nice and welcoming, and he had nothing to say about, the CCP. But he loved China. Yes, I will comply, because I am anti-fascist. The delicious irony war. Yeah, that's what happened over in China the other day. They don't like him. He's a terrorist supporter. But don't go to China. Anyway, no, but getting back to closing this out, man, it's gonna be rough for the next 4 years for a lot of black folks. It really is. And of course, we're gonna blame racism, and the only part that racism played in it is that they just offered you the cheese on the mousetrap. They just put the cheese on the mousetrap. You as the mouse, that's a dangerous contraption. I mean, you've watched it kill several of your colleagues in the name of, not starving to death. I mean, how much food is in the house? I mean, once you gnawed on that one cereal box, Gary, there's nothing down here but jars and cans. Can't nibble through those. So you know the trap is dangerous, but you're hungry. You need that cheese. You try to beat the odds of getting killed in the mousetrap. Some do get away. Some lose a tail, some lose a leg, some toes maybe, but they get away. Not often. That you keep going for the trap. Keep going for the cheese in the trap. And then you want to blame white folks for whatever befalls you. He made me do it. No, he didn't. You had a choice. You chose. You chose poorly. And now you're paying the consequence of it. Real, true to life consequences. Be it financially or judicially. You're not going to be able to uphold your social standing. We can't go on like this. We can't go on like this, but you know, I mean, it even had me at the point where I was like, you know, it'd probably be better if the American black just became a melting pot, excuse me. You know what I'm saying? It just become amalgamations of other races through genetics. I mean, the situation is really just that dire if you really look at it. The education, the turnaround education must be backed up financially and judiciously. It has to be backed up judicially. It has to be backed up, or else it's never going to take. Luckily, you've got two out of the way: financial and judicial. After a few years, you're hoping that maybe the social system, the social order will have flipped to where it's not like this no more. You can actually see hope for the future. But it won't happen in our lifetime, fellas. It won't happen in our lifetime. We'll be old and gray or worm food by the time there's a significant dent. Whether people would stop shitting in the pool and maybe, you know, about 40% of them are still peeing in it. Everybody else is getting out. Maybe they're just peeing in the jacuzzi. Who knows? Bad analogy. Oh, sorry, bad analogy, but you know what I mean. Too many Stephen A. Smiths and Bakari Sellers and Van Joneses and Ricky Smileys. And Don Lemons catering to the Angela Rise and the Tiffany Cross and the Jamel Hills and the Abby Phillips and Jasmine Crockett's and AOC and too many men capitulating to those people. Even the men that I've mentioned. It's even worse when they're capitulating to the females. Because, they remind them of their mamas. Let's be honest. That's their ideal woman. Some loudmouth idiot. Spews a lot of useless rhetoric. But, it sounds pro-blackity black. So you'll allow it. You think it's brilliant. Bringing up the race car where it doesn't even fit. Oh, that just, The tent is pitched. Saying Stephen A. Smith. Sassy straight. Stood tall for black men the other day. Yeah, but here's the thing with Stephen A. Smith. He needs to stop apologizing. Be a goddamn man. Stop apologizing. That whole situation with Michelle Beadle. I mean, he roasted the shit out of her. Like, chick, I don't know you. Like he said, if I went to go take a pee and I had a 30-second conversation with somebody that I bumped into in the hallway, it doesn't matter. It could be the most meaningless conversation ever. That would be more of an interaction than I would have ever had with Michelle Beadle. Like, so whether Stephen A. Smith worked his way hard up the ESPN ladder to become the face of ESPN, I mean, to be honest, that's exactly what he did, and you have to give the brother kudos. He worked hard for that. He stuck with ESPN through thick and thin. He was loyal. That is a company man. You understand? Stephen A. Smith, I give him his credit. Career-wise, he got the contract. He doing all sorts. They got him everywhere. That brother working his ass off. I am not mad on it. He was trying to put Shannon on. When Skip and Shannon had they fallen out, and they, pretty much Skip had him fired on day one of him getting fired. Sassy was on the phone. Yo, bruh, come on back to ESPN. I can get you on the show. Come do my show. Just do my show. Fuck Skip. Nigga can't even get laid offering the chick $1 million. She wouldn't fuck him for $1 million. Ain't that something? You know it's over when you offer a chick $1 million for box and she turn it down. Even if she can look at you and tell that you're gonna be a 2-pump chump, all she gotta do is just close her eyes real tight and hold her breath. Find a happy spot. I mean, even if she just gotta do that, she don't even want to do that, bruh. You destroyed your legacy. Over a box that you couldn't even give $1 million for. $1 million. She was nice. Y'all, have y'all seen that chick's pictures? Oh, she nice. She typical Colombian. 5'5", thick in the thighs. Pretty. She got that Colombian MILF look to her. That Gloria from Modern Family type look to her, except she got some hips on her. She got some hips on her. She thick. She pretty and she thick like her. And he couldn't even $1 million. She said, no, you blew up your spot for that. They still haven't settled her case, by the way. So he's still on the hook. As is Joy Reid. At any rate, I mean, say what you will about Stephen A. Smith, you cannot say that brother don't work hard. You may not always agree with his opinions, and you know nobody agrees with his opinions half the time. You know, you cannot say that brother ain't tried to put nobody on. Carrie Champion opening her fucking mouth. Why? Why are you talking? That's why she's unemployable. You notice, look. I noticed this about Abby Phillips, about her show. She brings on the unemployable black women. Tiffany Cross, Angela Rye, Carrie Champion, Jamel Hill, some other goofy black chick, Bakari Sellers, who's the black crackhead dude that crashed out on Piers Morgan. Cohen's still trying to run for president, but he can't even handle a debate. Cornel West, somebody else. I wouldn't say Van Jones, but Van Jones got a job. But you know that. What is her name? I think she had her on there once. Amanda Seales. I think Amanda Seales was on there once. I'm not sure. But if you notice that these are all people who are unemployable. I call them the unemployable intellectuals. The unemployable intellectuals. Because they got stank attitudes. Carrie Champion is part of that clique. Unemployable. As is Michelle Beadle, unemployable. You know, since, you know, if we want to play the race card in there, Michelle Beadle was unemployable too because of her attitude. Stephen A. Smith said it, like, you got a stank attitude. And then all of those people I mentioned, I would throw Roland Martin in there too, but he wasn't on the Abby Phillips show, but you can throw Roland Martin in there too. You know, unemployable because of their attitude. Joy Reid, unemployable. Yup, she had Joy Reid on there. Unemployable because of your attitude and your ignorance more than anything, but your matter-of-factly defiant attitude based on, you know, based on the way you think you are in your echo chamber of other black people, as opposed to a diverse cast of characters of real intellectuals. You are very defiant in your ignorance as if you are right, because you've been spewing this shit for years in a circle jerk of an echo chamber. So then you come out here to the real world and you spout that bullshit, and we laugh at you. We look at you like you're crazy. Tiffany Cross is just nasty attention. Yeah, okay. Isn't it weird that Jamel Hill and Carrie Champion are always tied at the hip? Are they lesbos? I don't know. I've never seen Carrie Champion with a boyfriend. I mean, we know ain't nobody. Oh my God. Jamel Hill ain't even, she's not even a practice girl. You know what I'm saying? She's not even a practice girl. She look like, I mean, she looked like you would be sleeping with a lesbian. She looked like you'd be sleeping with a butch. Yeah, but I think Carrie Champion, I think really reason why she's single is because of her attitude and personality. You know, I mean, you've seen her. I don't know if y'all have seen her on that show on Abby's show, but she is very immature. She's like a 16-year-old girl with all that sister girl routine. You know, it's almost like, no, not almost. It's a female step and fetch it routine with her. Her to be running her mouth about Skip when come to find out, and she know that Skip is the reason why she even got the job. I'm pretty sure nobody else really talked to her outside of Skip. I'm sorry, not Skip. Stephen A. Smith. Stephen A. Smith got her that job. I'm pretty sure nobody else at ESPN was breaking their neck to get her a job. But she Molly Querim'd her way right up out of there. Say Champion is definitely a swirler. She showed her white man once. Yeah, I mean, you know, she probably thinks she's too good for brothers. She's graduated from brothers, you know, but again, you can be pretty as hell because she fine. You know, she fine as hell. But your stank attitude, stank personality, have yourself by yourself. It will have yourself by yourself. One man's trash is another man's trash. There is no treasure there. You know, it would just be like, you would just be the type of chick that would just be like a trophy fuck. Like, yeah, man, I hit that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what you've been when you have a stank attitude, a stank personality, but you look good like that. That's all you are. You're a trophy. You're a trophy lay. They here until they ain't. You know, I mean, that's like with Sha'Carri Richardson, the track star. That dude's from the period. She's my girlfriend. Like, man, she must. I mean, she was playing lesbian for a long time, and she's a track star, so she's very fit, very toned and athletic. So it's probably like, I'm trying to say this and not sound crazy, but I mean, it's fresh. It's fresh. You know what I'm saying? It's fresh. And she's sexy as hell. Yeah, I see why he was able to, why he took that ass whooping at the airport and was almost up. No, trying to press charges. No, I'm not done. Not done. Shit, she's like an Energizer rabbit. Shit. It's like she exploring new territory, laying up with a girl all these years. She trying to catch up with lost time. I'm not trying to break up with this. Not just yet. I'm having too much fun. You know what I'm saying? Why else would you take disrespect like that? Especially when you have women throwing themselves at you everywhere you go, because he has a female fan club. That's a goddamn shame. That's not what we're completely used to, but as far as like as a whole, but as a collective, that's messed up. That's seen as normal. The petty racism has been, you can deal with that socially and, you know, suing somebody. The legislative racism, you know, the government did away with that. You know, it's illegal to do that now. You have hate crime laws on the books, you know, something that Ben Crump isn't even trying to explore. You know, he just tries to hold the city hostage for racial blackmail and get his check and go. Yeah, you know, I mean, we've never had it so easy, but look what it cost us. Look what it cost us. But I mean, the thing about it is that it cost us before we got here to where, you know, racism is quickly punished and extinguished in practically all forms. But it cost us the family unit long before we were able to get to this point. Yeah, we lost the family unit. I would say you start to see the difference in 1975. Like you start seeing a real difference. That's been a long time. A long time. But hopefully now, once we get past this purge of black criminality that's taking place now through the judicial branch, maybe there can be some hope. I mean, I'm not a bleeding heart for it. It is what it's going to be. But maybe there'll be hope for the future. Those of you that had kids, I mean, I trust y'all to be good stewards. You know, when your kids have kids, help them out. You know, help them out. Y'all know the whole thing about the whole babysitting thing, but I mean, if her and the child's father are together, they're trying to get away together, you should be more than happy to let them have some alone time. They're a couple. Yeah, give me my grandson. Give me my grandson. Let me keep my grandson for the weekend. Put my grandfather imprint on him. That way when I pass, if he's not in double digits, he'll still remember me through the pure eyes and the heart of a child. I mean, that's always a scenario. Death comes for us all. But you know, what will your legacy be with your family? You know, what will your legacy be with your family? If you got to hop overseas in order to start a family, that's fine. You know, like they say, the world is your oyster. Wherever you plant your flag is home. Wherever you plant your seed, that's home. All right, y'all. Ooh,
Damn, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I got a doctor's appointment. I gotta be up at 7:30. I hate y'all. Get out of here.
I mean, we just want volunteers, not hostages.